Am I vegan or something? Yeah. I'm tofu almond man, after all. But congratulations, Gig, you are first. Oh. Oh, fuck. Just trained legs. Goddamn. My wrecked after leg training.
A University of Alberta researcher is working to bring attention to undetected murders using illicit substances in Edmonton.
Sup, good evening, Richard. How are you doing today?
Yeah. Thanks for the donation, jackass.
CTV's Miriam Valdez-Carletti has more on hotshot murders and why they're described as the perfect crime.
Criminologist Marta Marika Urbanik has spent years researching why some overdose deaths go undetected.
This is different than other overdose deaths because the intention here is to murder someone.
The term is known as a hot shot or hot cap murder. A victim is given a substance like fentanyl.
Did you hear what Trump just posted and then deleted about the Obamas? Today,
and the White House is responding to criticism after President.
I did, in fact, hear about that. Let me take a look.
And the White House is responding to criticism after President Trump posted a video that includes a racist meme depicting former President Obama and his wife Michelle as apes. Now the Senate's only black Republican senator is responding and calling out the White House. ABC's Jay O'Brien's here with more on that. Hi, Jay, what's the latest?
Yeah, Diane, just moments ago, the video was deleted from President Trump's account, and it comes after a growing chorus of Republican lawmakers called on the White House to take the racist image down, including, as you say, Senator Tim Scott, who posted the image in addition to his post. ABC is not showing the image, but we are showing you the post, and it says, quote, praying it was fake because it's the most racist thing I've seen out of this White House.
How's your blood pressure, cholesterol after steroids? Blood pressure has been stable around 110/70. I actually had really ridiculously low blood pressure before steroids. It was like dangerously low. The lowest reading I had was like a systolic of like 76 or 77 and a diastolic of like 43 or 44. I was fainting like fucking crazy. I almost smashed my head on the kitchen counter actually because of that. So the steroids helped to bring my blood pressure to just a safe, healthy, normal level. And cholesterol's fluctuated a bit. Some of that has to do with I was on Retta for a little bit, a really low dose, 1 milligram per week, and just on a lower dose of steroids. And when I first hopped on, my LDL was like 61. Then I got it tested again when I was on a much higher dose. I was on 350 test, 200 boldenone. Then it was at 93. Next time I get blood work, I'm going to test it again. 93 isn't still that bad, all things considered. Like, on top of that, too, I was eating more. My caloric intake increased pretty substantially, so I'm not sure how much is the steroids or the diet or like the Retta. Before steroids, my LDL usually was around 85. So considering where it is normally, that's not even like a statistically significant jump. That's like within the margin of error, basically.
Fat doesn't lift the weight. Muscles do. Slow cut is the way. You'd maybe stop fainting doing a rep on OHP. LLLLLLLLLLU. Ara. You. Ara. 777. 7777 77777 777777 777777 777777 7777777 7777777 7777777 7777777 7777777 7777777 7777777
Yeah, that's true. Thanks for the donation, smash you on your fucking head. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Yeah, that was the video. And I think it was playing the Lion King theme song. I don't know what the fuck is going on here, man.
As soon as you unlock Digital Human, you basically have access to trillions of dollars of revenue. In fact, you can really think of it like the most valuable companies currently by market cap, their output is digital. Apple doesn't make phones, they send files to China. Meta's output is digital. Google's output is digital. So if you have a human emulator, you can basically create one of the most valuable companies in the world overnight.
Okay, I see. You're saying basically like revenue figures today are just like so, like they're all rounding errors compared to the actual TAM. So just like focus on the TAM and how to get there.
I mean, if you take something as simple as, say, customer service, if you have to integrate with the APIs of existing corporations, many of which don't even have an API, so you've got to make one, that's extremely slow. However, if AI can simply take whatever is given to the outsourced customer service company that they already use, you can make tremendous headway in customer service, which is 1% of the world economy, something like that. It's close to $1 trillion all in, and there's no barriers to entry. You can just immediately say, well, we'll outsource it for a fraction of the cost, and there's no integration needed.
New footage of Ghislaine Maxwell walks her in prison yard day after Trump signs Epstein full release. After a quiet upgrade, new release footage shows Ghislaine Maxwell convicted sex trafficker calmly walking alone through a prison yard the very next day after President Trump. Holding umbrella, no escort, not monitored. Yeah. You know. That was all for saying, oh, Trump's a great guy. He never did anything wrong. It's fucking retarded. Yes, we've already seen that. Trump removes racist video depicting the Obamas as apes. White House initially defended the post, then blamed it on a staffer. Yeah, and then Trump admitted he was the one who posted it. Like, it's obviously him that posted it. It wasn't a staffer. Like, just a fucking joke. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Seriously, how the fuck can any person of color like support Trump after posted something like this?
There's a lot of bootlickers, dude. Just dumbass bootlickers. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Doesn't he look just like Stefania Ferrario?
No, she's prettier. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st.
Trump seriously should be impeached for this, and to think this was the same man who at the start of his presidency said in a tweet that no matter what race you are does not matter, we are all Americans.
That is very low on the list of things he should be impeached for. But yeah, that's like pretty retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. 21st only chose new Frank shorts. We'll take a look at those. Thanks for the donation, man. Sadie N-word donated $2. Isn't this the new short that he uploaded?
If you want to know the crazy truth about Cleveland,
I'm pretty sure he uploaded that as a short. That video's unwatchable. The volume's so fucking low.
Glad to. If you want to know the crazy truth about clavicular, you can go to this website and read about it. But this
He got a DUI. Yeah, that was years ago.
confirms a few things I had heard about. Like the real reason he got kicked out of college wasn't steroids. He was performing surgery on people in his dorm room. Like,
No. I think he injected a girl with some sort of filler in the face or something. That's not surgery.
that lunatic botch master giant implants. No wonder they're buddies. They're probably practicing ruining people's lives together in hotel rooms.
Oh, is he claiming Androgenic has facial implants? Yeah, no, he doesn't.
Like just crazy underground surgery stuff. He got a DUI, which is, I guess, less tame than other things, but still.
Buddy, you've literally been claiming you're blind while driving a car, and you've gotten into, like, what, 5 or 6 fucking car accidents in your life, and then this guy's complaining about Clavicular's DUI?
Still not a good person. Totaled his BMW. He might have been drinking again when he got in that vehicle accident. There's a video of the police footage on there. And also a pretty wild video of him pulling out a weapon and brandishing it at someone.
Yeah, they were harassing him and throwing shit at his house.
I can't really post that on TikTok. I was trying to edit it, but I figured it's just not worth it. If you want to read the information
Buddy, he lives in Florida. It's a stand your ground state.
from the source about how crazy this guy is and the stuff he doesn't want you to know about him, you can go to that website.
Frank's just jealous of Clavicular. Oh, somebody's getting more attention than me. Wah. He's a fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, Sadie. 21st doing tellers Trump isn't racist for posting that. He just didn't understand it was a racist trope. He absolutely understood that. Why else would he have deleted it? Because it was getting backlash. This is why people have disdain for the mainstream media who push this narrative that he's racist when normal people can tell he's not. Yeah, that's why he took out a 3-page ad saying that the exonerated black men, Central Park 5, should either be thrown back in jail indefinitely or be given the death penalty because he's not racist. He just wants to lock up innocent black dudes. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
A few new promotions on Frankie's Free Range Meat, so I wanted to go over those with you guys. And this is in our addition to our percentage discounts. 5% off 200, 10% off 300, 15% off 500. And when you combine those percentage discounts with these, you're getting crazy value for your order, especially considering we have the lowest prices online. So
He is not. His shit is insanely expensive.
You're going to be getting, 10, 15, 20 pounds more meat when you order from us than other businesses, especially with larger orders.
Yeah, he got into a fight at some bar. I don't know what the fight was over. I don't know if anybody figured out what the deal with that was.
So starting at 200, you get a free liverwurst. 250, you get ground beef. 300, free stuff. Definite.
I guess that's just boring.
I haven't done a day of eating in a while for you guys, but
Oh, the same video he's made 80 billion times.
the most common meal I've been having once a day is grass-fed beef. Today it's shaved ribeye with some rice, potatoes, and Honeycrisp
They were exonerated. That's why they were let out of jail.
apple. Now, the rice is organic, made with glass bottled mineral water. The grass-fed beef is sauteed with some of Frankie's steak seasoning and organic soy sauce. The potatoes are the jarred organic potatoes from Frankie's Free Range Foods. Just a local fresh Honeycrisp apple, and then I will have some water with the meal. Sometimes I'll have supplements, usually just zinc, magnesium, nothing too crazy. And then I'll finish the meal off with some mastic gum. About half the time I do have some of the organic chocolate chip cookies from Frank Carbs.
Riveting content.
To see things looking up, Frank. Oddly enough, I Google searched organ supplements earlier this week to put in an order. It didn't even come up on the page. I had to use the direct URL in the search bar. Oh wow, what a surprise. Google manipulates their search algorithm and hides legitimate small businesses. And that answers the question of, hey Frank, if you have the most unique and effective and affordable supplements,
Organ supplements. Heart and soil supplements. Frank's just a shitty, low-tier Like, dude, you have a shitty, dumbass website and a small business nobody knows about. And there's a billion other companies that sell similar products that are going to be, like, more searched than yours, so.
How come you're not doing billions of dollars a year in sales? Because these...
He made $5 million in fucking net sales. Or, sorry, gross sales. Like, what is he complaining about?
Degenerate corporate billionaires that control Google want you to buy snake oil from their buddies.
This guy's
They don't want you to buy my
mind.
probiotic that'll fix your gut in 2 days. They don't
Like how many people do you think start an online business and then like within 2 or 3 years make $5 million in gross sales?
want you to buy my digestive enzyme that'll dissolve all the food in your stomach with just one pill at breakfast. My supplements are so effective, affordable, and
Your supplements don't do fucking jack shit. Only a retard would buy them. I don't even know if they're fucking made of animal organs. Could just be like fucking sawdust. This idiot fucking orders shit from Alibaba. It's just garbage.
unique. I mean, some of them have been copied at this point, but that's just how it is. These losers and degenerates don't want to share anything.
Such a fucking dumbass.
That may be, but this is low even for him. I seriously wonder what kind of excuse Magu is going to make as an attempt to defend this. Then again, I don't even understand how they could do that in this context.
Trump's dumb. There's no sense trying to rationalize why some idiot did something. Like, the answer is they're stupid. Their brains kind of work like a cockroach, where it's just a bunch of nerve impulses that just do shit. So, he doesn't like Obama, he is kind of racist, and just posted that nonsense for absolutely no fucking reason, because he's an idiot. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Dodo donated $2.
If it wasn't for the tariffs, would Colossus be solar powered?
It would be much easier to make it solar powered, yeah. The tariffs are nuts, so several 100%.
Don't you know some people?
We also need speed. Yeah, no, President has, we don't agree on everything. This administration is not the biggest fan of solar. Anyway, but we also need the land, the permits and everything. So if you're trying to move very fast, like I do think scaling solar on Earth is a good way to go. Yeah. But you do need some amount of time to find the land, get the permits, get the solar, pair that with the batteries.
If it wasn't for
Even he isn't touching all the products with his filthy hands like Frank would.
이것이 바로 새시대 농촌혁명 강령의 확대 심화이라고 하시면서 그 실행을 위한 방도중 책임감, 자신심과 분발력을 더욱 백배하면서 농촌 및 지방 건설에 대한 국가적인 지도의 집중성을 높이고 지속적인 발전을 도모하며 국가 투자와 지원을 보장하여
It's really weird that they're eating dairy when, like, I'm pretty sure, like, 99% of Asians are lactose intolerant.
당의 농촌 건설 정책과 지방 발전 정책이 우리 국가 건설사의 긍지 높은 폐지.
I know for a fact they're the race or ethnicity, whatever, that has the highest rate of lactose intolerance.
를 새기는 역사적인 총화로 되게 하여야 한다고 강조하셨습니다.
Well, I guess they can have diarrhea.
Once you have physical robots, then...
Okay, we can watch that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
You know, I wonder what kind of excuse that black man, I forget his name, who made a video defending both ICE shootings will say to defend Trump.
He's just gonna go with the dumb bitch retard cope of either Trump didn't do it, somebody else did it for him, or, oh, Trump is so not racist, it didn't even cross his mind that this could be considered racist. Like, yeah, this is the same guy who, his own fucking nephew said after somebody slashed the, like, the top on his Lincoln, he started calling, like, fucking people niggers and, like, look what these niggers did to my fucking new fucking Cadillac. Like, so, yeah, it's fucking stupid. Just bootlicking horse shit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Nigga, you didn't watch the full video he posted. It was a 1.5-minute video about fraud in the 2020 election, and 1 minute in there was a 2-second clip making fun of Obama. He clearly didn't intend to push racism when he tweeted that. Retarded fuck.
Whatever. I don't care. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Then you can, then you essentially have unlimited capability.
How do you reconcile building an entire career on debate studies, claims about health optimization, only to now rely on testosterone, HGH, other performance-enhancing drugs? I don't know what you mean by relying on. I don't know what utility that word has in that statement, and I don't know how taking testosterone and HGH is incompatible with health or research or any of the science that I've talked about. If the argument was always that a vegan lifestyle alone leads to superior long-term health and longevity, it never said that. So is exercise not good for you? Because, well, exercise has nothing to do with veganism. So, like, do I have to hold the position that exercise is bad for you? Doesn't pharmaceutical intervention undermine that premise? Hypocrisy? No. You're a fucking idiot. So, like, again, if we developed the technology to create Captain America Super Soldier Serum, where we have a drug that makes you immortal, immune to disease, heal super fast like Wolverine, and it also gives you super strength, would you be against taking that drug because it's unnatural and it's a pharmaceutical intervention? Like, you're a fucking idiot. Like, yeah, modern science can make us better. Like, you're a dumbass. Son Goku donated $2. Don't have to watch the whole thing, but I think this is a good point.
Hey gang, algorithms have captured our attention, and they are making us...
Okay, I'll watch that next. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
Physical robots, I call Optimus the infinite money glitch, because... you
can use them to make more Optimuses.
Yeah. You still, like, humanoid robots will improve as... will basically be three exponentials. Three things that are growing exponentially multiplied by each other,
yes,
recursively. So you're going to have you have exponential increase in digital intelligence, exponential increase in the chip capability, the AI chip capability.
It'll be a long, long fucking time before Optimus robots can make themselves. Like, you're talking about a really fucking complex supply chain. Like, robots aren't going to be part of every fucking supply chain needed to make the fucking robots for a while.
And an exponential increase in the electromechanical dexterity. The usefulness of the robot is roughly those three things multiplied by each other. But then the robot can start making the robots. So you have a recursive, multiplicative exponential. This is supernova.
And do land prices not factor into the math there, where like labor is one of the 4 factors of production, but not the others? And so, like, if ultimately you're limited by copper or, pick your input, just it's not quite an infinite money glitch because...
Well, infinity is big. So, yeah. No, not infinite, but let's just say you could, do many, many orders of magnitude of Earth's kind of current economy. Like a million.
Yeah.
It's this way. So, if you, just to get to, like, let's say I think, like...
Sneeko's getting wrecked in debate with Abba right now. Are they streaming it? Or is this just on Sneeko's fucking Kicker Rumble channel? Oh, wait. I fucking typed it in wrong.
To look into the affordability crisis and why we have this issue now, why there's a debt crisis, student loans, mortgages, the 2008 housing crisis, the central bank system, this stuff, where the money's going and why this...
Oh, God. Yeah, as if he's smart enough to understand any of that shit. Why is he even talking about that crap?
Just to get to a millionth, harnessing a millionth of the sun's energy would be roughly, give or take an order of magnitude, 100,000 times bigger than Earth's entire economy today.
Mm-hmm.
And you're only at 1/millionth of the sun.
Give or take an order of magnitude.
Yeah. Before we went on Optimus, I have a lot of questions on that, but...
Every time I say order of magnitude, you're saying...
Yeah, drink 10 drinks.
We need more Guinness. Take a shot every time I say that too often.
Maybe 10 the next time, 100 the next time after that.
Yeah, well...
Andrew, my life wants to debate me. Where is he in chat? He didn't offer to debate.
Order of magnitude more wasted.
I do have one more question about XAI. This strategy of building a digital or remote worker, co-worker replacement.
Yeah, which everyone's going to do, by the way, not just us.
So what is XAI's plan to win?
You expect me to tell you on a podcast?
Yeah.
Spill all the beans. Have another Guinness.
It's a good system.
People sing like a canary.
Unrelated question.
Zionism. Isn't that what you said?
I said the Rothschild bank system is directly correlated to why that there's an economic problem right now, why things are unaffordable.
You said correlated?
That is not true.
You listed your reasons why you think there's an affordability crisis, and I described it. I said who's in control. You said AI is taking all these jobs. I've described to you who's behind LLMs, who owns ChatGPT, Netanyahu, and saying what he's using AI to benefit. I didn't just say Jews. I'm giving you specific people in charge and things that are happening right now, and you said you didn't know.
Which are connected to the Jews, correct? You're explaining me how, but you're saying essentially it's the Jews, but you're explaining how.
But you just simplified it, and you said it sounds simple, and you said just saying Jew, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm giving you specific reasons why this is.
Everything you just said still comes back to exactly what I said, which is that if you look through the thread long enough, you go to Rothschild and their connection to Israel, you talk to this person, and then they talk to Netanyahu, and they go back to Israel. At the end of the day, it all leads back to what? The Jews. At the end of the thread.
What's your point?
So it is the Jews. That's what you're saying.
What's your point?
You're explaining how, but you're saying it's the Jews.
It's not all Jews. I never said that. I'm saying that Israel has control over this, and this is where our tax dollars are going.
Israel has
and there's
control
a specific
over
group of
ChatGPT.
Jews in Israel who are using America as resources, but there's so many Jews who have nothing to do with this.
Okay, so it's not all the Jews. All of it leads back to some of the Jews.
I mean, that's a simple way of describing it.
I love how this dumbass will like use this sort of reasoning to like justify anti-Semitism, but when Muslims commit like 90% of fucking worldwide terror attacks, oh, not all Muslims. Islam is a religion of peace. You're Islamophobic.
I'm following your line of. I'm not even saying that from mine.
This nigga's just a fucking dumbass. Like, it's funny how this fucking pussy won't debate me too. Like, just absolute bitch. 21st Century Tiller's Dodo is putting some of his donations through ChatGPT to fix up the grammar and spelling. You can tell because his last donation had 2 EM dashes in it. This thing, which you can't type with an ordinary keyboard. Okay, I don't know about that. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. Speed Racer donated $3. Let me see.
Routine job when he suddenly noticed a dog struggling in the water.
Oh no.
He immediately set his equipment aside and jumped in to help.
Dog.
After pulling the dog out, he stayed calm and began CPR. He didn't stop until the dog finally started breathing again. Once the dog was stable, he went straight to the owners to make sure they knew their dog was safe. This pool cleaner was...
Little baby. Good thing you saved the dog. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
Oh my god, are there seriously people in this chat defending that tweet? My god, we are a fucked species.
Yes, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
What are your thoughts on the caption of this post? Is this a good protein tip?
What is this dumb shit? Cheese pizza instead of protein bars. Don't waste my time with this fucking stupid shit.
Correct?
Mm-hmm. Say it again?
Fashion interest. I know you had like a clothing label, fashion line.
I'm going to drop it soon. It's at sneeko.com. I haven't released it yet. I'm working on it.
And then last I also saw there was some modeling work as well that you've done in the past. So you've kind of like done quite a lot of extensive stuff from cinematography to fashion and then modeling. Mm-hmm. And also rap song?
Yeah, just made some songs with Lil Pump.
Got you. I know it's been like your voice because you spent a lot of time you spend a lot of time doing arts in order to like kind of find a sense of truth. But some of these artistic mediums are obviously just an expression of things that you find cool or interesting. Where does these play a role in influencing you? So when you're doing fashion, for example, or when you're doing, I'm not going to say music because it's lyrical, but let's just say fashion. What is that you're trying to do?
It's the stuff that I am interested in. I like fashion, I like film, I like music. It's fun to do.
Is there any part of it that's like political to a degree, or is it mostly just an interest and it's not necessarily about truth? It's just, I think this should look nice, or these are colors?
It's, yeah, artistic expression, stuff that I like.
Okay. When you do a lot of like the film stuff, or when you're doing the YouTube things, or you're doing your projects, my experience is I'm watching you and I feel like there's oftentimes a message. Fair?
Yeah.
When you do things that are not message related, what influence do they have on you? When you're not like connected to the political world, you know, because at the end of the day, listen, people talk politics.
That goes getting boring. Kid Boo, donate $2. Let me see.
Let's jump to this next story, and the headline is easy: women are nuts.
So.
Well, we already know that. 21st, $22. Watch this.
This is the vice president of the Philippines.
Okay, I can watch that in a bit. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Sure. Women are more likely to support political assassinations. Now, you know what I don't like about this headline, Daily Wire, is that the actual study is majority of Americans find killing of Trump or Mamdani justified. That should be the headline. But it goes to show you the Daily Wire audience, when they lead with women are more likely to support assassinations. That's the modern era, right?
More likely to what? I know what they are insinuating,
well, like,
but
if I titled the video like "Women Are Nuts," I'd get way more views than if I titled it "Women Favor Assassinations."
And it's true. The Foids have gone a little crazy. I mean, this is what happens when they're literally like drip-fed murder documentaries for like 20 years in a row. That's why women unwind. Is they're like
the true crime
I know,
genre. It's insane.
Yeah, let me unwind to like a Zodiac killer documentary.
Right. So here's what's serious. Both the right and the left.
You know, it's kind of interesting. I've been saying this for a while. There's probably a higher proportion of women who are, who have dark triad personality traits. So like some sort of antisocial personality disorder. And yeah, sure enough, women are more okay with political assassinations.
According to this poll, in the majorities believe it's time for political assassinations. Of course, more so on the left. But what surprised me,
like, it's not a huge delta, but, you know,
is that even conservatives agreed in the assassination of Mamdani.
Well, I mean, the guy's a communist. So, yeah. Fuck that guy.
Nagbilin na ako, ma'am. Pag namatay ako, sabi ko, huwag ka tumigil hanggang hindi mo mapatay sila.
She's threatening to kill the president if she's killed. Even though Filipino politics is known for high drama, this was extraordinary.
Right now, the tensions have already evolved into an open feud.
The political battle between President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. and Vice President Sara Duterte is playing out like a thriller. But there's more at stake than meets the eye.
Filipinos understand the underdog situation that they're in terms of geopolitics.
The Philippines is on the front line of China's territorial claims in the South China Sea and would play a major role in any US effort to counter a possible Chinese invasion of Taiwan.
The Philippines is a key ally for the US here in Asia. It is located in a very strategic spot.
But
you don't need dark triad traits to want Trump dead. When the fuck did I ever say that?
This alliance is under pressure as Sara Duterte backs closer ties with China, and her case is being helped by aggressive US tariffs.
Well, President Trump says the US has reached that trade deal with the Philippines.
The Marcoses. This is former President Ferdinand Marcos and his wife and former First Lady Imelda Marcos, who you may remember is quite the fan of footwear. And this is their son, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., also known as the current president of the Philippines. Now meet the Dutertes. This is Rodrigo Duterte, another former president, and his daughter, Sara Duterte, the current vice president of the Philippines, who, 14 years ago, fell out with the sheriff. Problem is, President Marcos and Vice President Duterte were a team, but now they're at each other's throats and have very different visions for their country's foreign policy. Marcos Jr., referred to as Bong Bong, has cultivated close ties with Washington, while his political rival has followed in her father's more pro-China footsteps.
Sara Duterte is trying to take a more neutral stance to it. She wants to work equally with both the US and China.
Any change in the direction of the Philippines' foreign policy stance will have an impact not only here locally, not only in Asia.
The begin with, but their open hostility even more so. So how did things get so wild, and what can that tell us about what to expect next? Marcos Sr. led the country for 21 years, from 1965 to 1986. He and his wife are accused of stealing $10 billion from the state during his term, as well as torturing and killing thousands of political opponents. But to his supporters, Marcos Sr. was a hero who drove the Philippines' economic development. Former President Rodrigo Duterte served from 2016 to 2022. He pivoted the Philippines towards warmer ties with China and away from the US. Currently, he's in a prison cell in The Hague. More on that later. The alliance of these two prominent families was a sure path to power, uniting disparate factions of the country into what they branded the Uni Team. In the 2022 presidential election, Marcos and Duterte romped to victory.
So the 2022 elections is essentially a coalition of convenience between two political families, harnessing the votes from north and south of the country.
It did not take a long time before the Uni Team showed problems.
Sara wanted the position of Defense Secretary. She was given education, and things only got worse from there.
Her tenure within that Department of Education started to show that there were misuse of funds.
An allegation Sara denies. As part of that investigation, a trusted aide of Duterte's was detained. The vice president decided to go live on Zoom.
This country is going to hell because we are led by a person who doesn't know how to be a president and who is a liar.
Duterte claimed her.
You'd be $2. Let me see. Not a bright idea. That is some boomer shit.
Countries, women have no fucking rights.
In those countries, are they democratic?
No. What do they need
do you
to be?
think if they suddenly were democratic, then that could change?
I don't know. Iraq is democratic now, and I don't know about the whole women's rights thing there.
In Afghanistan, if you gave women, if you implemented democracy,
who gave them that? Who?
Well, I mean,
who?
If men suddenly gave women the right to vote.
If men suddenly gave women rights, that's crazy.
I don't know why exactly he always has to make this point, but like it's so weird seeing women like struggle to just acknowledge that, yeah, at the end of the day, men run society.
If men gave women rights, the women could do stuff. I'm fucking razzle-dazzled by this argument.
No
one
ever said men were physically weaker or had less of a monopoly.
Well, I'm just saying, you're just saying to me that if men gave women the right things...
Also, that's a pivot from what I'm saying.
It's not.
Hey, that chick's pretty jacked. Who's she?
You said if men in Afghanistan suddenly gave women the right to vote, then things would sure change. Yeah, no shit.
No shit. I'm talking about universal understanding.
The majority of countries, women have no
Why is what's her name there?
Rights.
In those
I gotta see that Jack chick again. I love how she's just eating popcorn while watching this. Why are some shorts like you're unable to seek? The shorts are like really gay. Yeah, who the hell is that?
I could tell you got.
Damn, she's got some cake. She's got some good cake. That is good cake. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
You know what? How can any Christians seriously still support a guy like Trump after the tweet, since they're supposed to be against racism?
I don't think anything in Christianity explicitly says anything against racism, but thanks for the donation, Dono.
Go to 13 seconds. Thoughts?
You didn't give me a link. If you give me a link, I can take a look. Thanks for the donation, A.
Her life was under threat, and she had a contract killer ready to assassinate the president if she was killed.
Sara Duterte is known as a feisty personality here in the Philippines. She's really not afraid to speak her mind. But it was really shocking at that time when you have...
Go to 13 seconds. Thoughts?
Here we fucking go.
Yeah. Peterson on a legendary and generational run right now. It's hard to really think of something that hasn't come true with the...
Why is there this horrible, stupid music?
Being...
So, one, I have no idea if that's actually Jeffrey Epstein. He looks kind of different. Just the shape of his beard and the cheeks and everything. And the hair just seems different. And secondly, if this is Epstein, is there any confirmation this was taken after he was supposedly killed? So, like, with conspiracy theories like this, the issue I have with it is the amount of people that would have to be involved in some kind of way. You would end up hearing about a leak. So all the prison guards that were watching Epstein would very likely have to be in on it in some way. They also have his biometric data. So like when the autopsy was done, they just replaced his body, and they have his DNA, fingerprints, and everything like that. It's who did they replace him with? Who looks like exactly fucking identical? The amount of other people involved, like Mossad, CIA, Trump, it's just something would leak, you know? It'd be very hard to keep something like that a secret. So when just some random fucking photo, I don't know, just give me proof that one, this was taken after his death, and two, that this is actually Epstein, and then I'll believe it. Thanks for the donation, though, eh?
I think that a lot of Christians would disagree with you and say that racism is sinful.
I don't know. I guess maybe. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
A president and a vice president who just a few years ago were projecting an image of unity. And here you have the vice president declaring an assassination threat on the president.
Is revenge from the grave a crime?
But the tensions between Marcos and Duterte did not end there. In March this year, Marcos government...
W donated $2. New lawsuit just dropped. Reddit. Another one against Reddit? Hosts a section that's dedicated to harassing, stalking Frank Tufano, irreparable harm, blah, blah, blah. And these are just people making fun of him. Okay, well, we know that's not going to go anywhere. Thanks for the donation, W.
Government acted on an arrest warrant issued by the International Criminal Court against Sarah's father, former President Rodrigo Duterte.
He was charged by the International Criminal Court with the murder of dozens of alleged drug dealers.
Then again, Christians also deny the Bible promotes slavery as well as polygamy, which it does.
Yes. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
But human rights groups say the victims number in the thousands. He was flown to The Hague. But if this was supposed to hurt Sarah, it backfired.
The Duterte clan heavily criticized this move. They portrayed this as also a surrender of Philippine sovereignty. So they said handing over the former president to the ICC was actually an act of kidnapping.
When kidnapping is allowed as a means of acquiring the jurisdiction of the accused, we think this too is a travesty of justice.
Dude, it's kind of crazy. They must be some of the dumbest motherfuckers on the planet. So, one, what the fuck do you care if somebody does drugs? Let them ruin their lives. Okay. So they're addicted to heroin, meth, cocaine. Those are now people who you don't have to compete with in the workforce. The more people that are dumbass retards addicted to drugs and can't work, the more likely you are to be able to get a job, because you just stand out that much more from the average fucking person. So who cares? If you want to be a dumbass and do drugs, then what do I fucking care? It's kind of like if somebody decides to be a morbidly obese fat fuck. Okay, well, now I'm that much better looking than everyone else. I'm that much more productive. I'm going to live longer. I'm more likely to get hired. I'm more likely to be treated well. Like, the more fat retards that are around you that are, like, addicted to drugs, like, it kind of benefits you because you look that much better. And two, like, the possibility of political corruption with shit like this is just so fucking monumental, and there's there's cross-cultural historical precedent for this. Like, the United States made weed illegal so that they could just arrest fucking Vietnam protesters. The same thing could easily be fucking used to commit political assassinations in the Philippines, and it absolutely fucking has. Police have, like, been instructed by the president and other politicians to just arrest people, plant drugs on them, claim they're, like, a fucking drug dealer, and then they can get fucking killed. Very easy way to get away with political assassinations. Like, the idea that people would be in support of the Philippines being allowed to, like, execute fucking drug dealers, like, they're so stupid. You have to be such a fucking idiot to support something like that. Like, there's literally no hope for, like, dumbasses. They don't even know what's good for them.
It's the same thing with people who eat junk food and watch cartoons. Why can't people just mind their own damn business?
Yeah, I don't know, dude. I think it's just chimpanzee shit. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. W donated $2. Paul lawsuit updates. Judge denies all of Frank's motions in the Paul Saladino defamation case. There's a new court order in the Paul Saladino Frank lawsuit. Judge's written decision responding to several motions filed by Frank. Trying to undo or delay what's already happened. What Frank asked of the court, vacate the inquest, basically undo the damage process. He and his company were never properly served. They absolutely were. He was just bullshitting. Saladino's lawyer acted fraudulently. Judge's response denied. Court record clearly shows both defendants were properly served. Tufano himself previously filed an answer and counterclaim which undercuts his I was never served argument. No evidence of fraud was presented. Permission to sue Saladino's lawyer. Frank tried to file a third lawsuit against Saladino's attorney, accusing him of fraud and misconduct. Judge's response. This exact attempt was already rejected earlier. The accusations were conclusory, claims without evidence. Filing was improper and is now stricken from the record. Disqualify the judge. Oh, yeah. Frank accused the judge of bias misconduct in allowing legal malpractice. Judge's response denied. Disagreement with court rulings does not equal judicial bias. No evidence of personal bias or improper conduct. Complaints about former lawyers are not grounds to remove a judge. Pause, stay the entire case. Frank asked the court to stop everything, arguing unfairness, financial hardship. Judge's response denied. The defendants caused much of the delay themselves. Stay would unfairly prejudice Saladino. Courts don't pause cases just because defendant might lose money. That's good. What a fucking dumbass. And let me see. Saladino versus Frank. Motion to vacate, disqualified judge, motion amended, yeah. So, yeah, Frank's not doing well in court. He's probably on the hook for $2.8 million. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. Dodo donated $2. Would you agree? Free game. Women are just people, too. Stop trying to spit game and just talk to them like you would any other normal person. Women aren't normal people, so talk to them like you do your friends. Yeah, we know how that goes. You never try to think of the right thing to say to your friends. You just confidently say what's on your mind, and that always goes well. Why would it need to be different? Because it's the opposite sex. Stop being such a loser. Some of this makes sense, but like in the grand scheme of things, it's like kind of fucking stupid. You're not trying to have sex with your friends. So the idea that you would talk to somebody you're trying to have sex with and that has very different sensibilities from you and your friends, that you talk to them the same way is just kind of fucking silly. Like, it's just stupid. Like, again, I'm not going to start talking about atheism, like women hate that, or talk about how ghosts aren't real. What is it? Tarot card readings are bullshit. Spirituality is nonsense. Astrological signs are bullshit. Like, that is a sure as fire way to not get laid. The amount of women who believe in like stupid nonsense, like they're religious, spiritual, they believe in astrological signs, like, oh, are you a Cancer, Pisces, whatever. Like, as soon as you end up like having some sort of cordial argument with them about like their beliefs, you kind of have to treat women as if they were entitled, spoiled, like children who cannot take any criticism, even if it's not directed at them, just some of their ideas. Like, it just is the case that women are kind of like dumb children for the most part. So you have to keep that in mind when you're talking to a lot of girls. And like, you can look at people like Andrew Tate. Tate has talked about his strategies for getting women interested in him, getting them to agree to fly out and meet him and stuff. There's clearly tactics that work on a large majority of women. Tate talked about how if he sees a girl on Instagram, he'll send them like a cherry and a strawberry emoji, and then they'll reply back, "What does that mean?" And then like that starts the conversation. And like he talks about how if you do something kind of confusing, it picks up their interest. There's things that just work on a large amount of fucking people. Same with scammers. Like, scammers will run the same scam because like it just works on a lot of fucking people. You'll find like what's that stupid fucking website where girls complain about dudes on dating apps? You'll find like groups of women who will complain about the same guy, and the guy will use the same tactic on all these women. He'll talk about how he makes a lot of money. He'll lie about the music he's interested in. He'll like say that he likes Taylor Swift or some bullshit, and then love bomb the shit out of them. And then it gets them fucking interested. So like there's things that just clearly fucking work. So like if you're just trying to get laid and have casual hookups, yeah, like you will end up like falling into a kind of system that just works for you. Like not every guy can use the same tactic. Like I can message girls and just say, "Hey, really like your butt," and then they'll look at my profile and then they think I'm hot, and then like that just works. So like you just find out what works, and these pickup artist guys, some of them know what they're talking about. Most of them are just like crazy fucking loser, lying, scamming idiots, but there are some that actually know what the fuck they're talking about, and they've created pretty good systems that work for a large portion of men to get women. So some of this is nonsense. If you're looking for like an actual genuine partner and somebody that you can actually get along with and have a long-term relationship with, like this kind of heuristic makes sense, but like this isn't what like people are generally talking about when they're talking about like casual hookups. And again, like some of this is just beta male like horseshit. Like just the reality is there's like, again, so many women are just like fucking crazy, insane, immature children. Like you just have to act a certain way around them if you want to be able to, you know, get what you want out of a relationship. You can't just be yourself, because if you are, like, they'll just take advantage of you, or they'll get uninterested and, you know, all this other crap. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Dumbass don't tell her Sneeko just accidentally slipped up on stream. Yeah, I bet he did.
So that black girls are boogers. This is Jeffrey Epstein about Trump to Larry Summers. In Jeffrey Epstein's words, recall I've told you. In his body, so yes, dangerous.
The fuck was that?
Remember that. Jeffrey Epstein, the guy, when he was asked, are you the devil reincarnated? Jeffrey Epstein said, well, I have a mirror. He didn't deny the question. That Jeffrey Epstein, the one who said that he's a Schedule I sexual abuser, he's the one saying,
Salam. Peace be upon to the new G from Japan.
Real top G. Shout out to Japan. Epstein's the one saying that Trump is more evil than anybody's ever met. 2017. While he was president. Tier 1's the lowest. It was, you know what joke he was making, though. You know what joke he was making. So, remember that. Does anybody who still supports Trump in the chat? Any real Trump supporters? You guys saw me at I didn't vote for Trump in 2024. I voted for him in 2016. But in 2024, I showed up at the MAGA rally and I debated Rabbi Shmuley. He was there with an Israeli flag. And I said, America first cannot happen until we put Israel last. America first cannot happen with dual allegiance to Israel. I had that viral debate, still goes viral all to this day. Destroyed Rabbi Shmuley, still seething about that.
He has never, the only person he's ever destroyed in a debate, it's hard to even call it a destruction because he was just wrong. He won the debate against Sneeko, but other than that, like, the guy's just a complete fucktard. Or sorry, he won the debate against Penguin Zero. Did I say Sneeko? Yeah, Sneeko didn't win a debate against Sneeko. Sneeko won a debate against Penguin Zero.
But right now, who are the Trump supporters still here? If you're still a Trump supporter, remember that Jeffrey Epstein said Trump is more evil than anybody's ever met.
What was the slip up exactly? No, you can't donate on YouTube. You have to donate through Streamlabs.
And why should we stop judging these women when some of them are judging us men for eating junk food and watching cartoons?
Yeah, true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Just as the president and vice president split, so did their approach to foreign relations.
Under Marcos, the Philippines have allowed the U.S. to station more.
Okay, this woman seems like an idiot, and a lot of Filipinos seem like dumbasses if they're in favor of this idea that They should allow presidents to murder people on the basis of being a drug dealer.
Troops in more locations under their treaty agreements. There are now 9 locations in the Philippines, some of them very close to Taiwan, some of them facing the South China Sea, that the U.S. has access to and will rotate troops through, that will make investments, that will have a long-term presence.
Since Ferdinand Marcos came to power, he has really shifted the relationship with China and, of course, has moved much closer to the U.S.
Sara Duterte has been careful in portraying herself as pro-China.
There is no reason for you to lean towards the U.S. You have to always stay in the middle because you are not a part of the bigger conflicts.
She has said that the relationship between Beijing and Manila is not defined entirely by their tensions in the South China Sea.
And this is what those tensions look like. This footage is shot from a Filipino patrol ship being pursued by 2 Chinese vessels.
I love how Snekio is like, oh, I'm not anti-Semitic, I love everyone, yet I voted for a man who later went on to post a racist meme on his social media calling Obama and his wife apes.
Doesn't he hate Trump now because of the Palestine thing? Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. No gum gum. Why do you think you can get my food? No gum gum. No gum gum.
Then this happens. A Chinese Navy vessel accidentally smashes across the bow of its sister ship.
Yeah, that was hilarious. Get fucked, China.
Unknown if or how many Chinese sailors lost their lives in this collision.
Philippine
Dude, what a bunch of fucking dumbasses.
vessels have been shown by authorities to have been water cannon, sideswiped, harassed by Chinese vessels.
China and the Philippines dispute who owns the islands and reefs in the South China Sea. China's vast claims are encompassed in what's known as the 10-dash line, which sweeps down from Taiwan to the Philippines, Malaysia, and up Vietnam's coast.
Nobody agrees with this, including a UN court that ruled in the favor of the Philippines, yet China is pushing full speed ahead with its insistence that it has sovereignty over pretty much the entire South China Sea.
China's rapidly expanding its navy and rejects the UN court's ruling. It says it's committed to upholding
China needs to get clapped.
Freedom of navigation in the South China Sea. The Philippines and its much smaller navy are overmatched. The country's foreign policy walks a tightrope, with Marcos and Duterte tugging in different directions.
The country is very vulnerable to
Feels like I always have
Beijing's
something up my
influence,
nose. I don't know if it's
and
just
without
too
the
much
U.S.
nose hair.
there to back them, there's very little they can do.
U.S. security guarantees are the bedrock of the Philippines' maritime strategy, but Trump's presidency is casting a shadow on these ties.
The Philippines, just like any other country basically in the world, is a target of President Donald Trump's trade anger and tariff wars.
Philippines exports to the U.S. are being hit with a 19% tariff. President Marcos flew to meet President Trump in July this year in the hope of getting a better deal. It didn't help.
Marcos got stuck with the same rate as everyone else did, despite the fact that they have opened up this access to U.S. defense.
As Trump redefines America's role in the world, nations like the Philippines
Trump is such a fucking idiot.
are left to wonder, can they still rely on the U.S.?
The U.S. is losing its commitment to its role as a peacemaker, and Trump is saying these approaches to free trade and alliances as more of a hindrance to the United States.
Meanwhile, the feud between Duterte and Marcos continues. Duterte has pulled off an incredible reversal of fortunes, avoided impeachment for threatening to have the president killed, and impeachment for alleged corruption. She's now, with her more China-friendly policies, the most popular candidate to be the next Philippine.
Oh, of course, the woman is more China-friendly. And she's also in favor of basically allowing a corrupt government to commit political assassinations against rivals. Okay. Yep. Okay, if the Philippines elects a female president, it's not a real country. What are you doing? Like, you are literally not a real country.
President.
After the arrest of her father, her popularity started to increase again, and the ratings for Marcos started to decline.
A lot of people hate this guy, but, like, seriously, come on.
The Trump administration is exerting economic pressure on its allies in the region. That
Would you do crystal meth once if it made you look like Kazuya? Well, obviously.
could give the Philippines more reason to lean away from the U.S.
House, the president should remove it. The racist image comes at the end of a minute-long video the president posted on his social media platform. The first 59 seconds describe debunked election conspiracy theories from 2020.
I
and at
believe
the
it is a
end,
huge strategic blunder for China to be pushing the 10-line policy in the South China Sea because they are alienating countries that would otherwise be aligned with them, such as Malaysia, Indonesia, but especially Vietnam.
Well, they want to take over Taiwan, and that's why they want to claim the South China Sea. It just puts them in a better position militarily. Their main concern is taking over Taiwan. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
the video suddenly cuts to an animated meme showing the Obama's faces on the bodies of apes. The NAACP is out with a statement saying in history to dehumanize them. Slave traders and segregationists use these types of images. It said from an internet meme depicting President Trump as the king of the jungle and Democrats as characters from The Lion King. Please stop the fake outrage and report on something today.
Caroline Levitt. Yes, thank you, Caroline.
That actually matters to the American public, end quote. But again, since that statement, the video now appears to have been deleted, and the White House is now saying from an anonymous staffer, quote, that they erroneously made the post. The video...
Yeah, so Trump posted it, and they're just trying to cover for him. And they're too stupid to stick to one lie. Gummy. Oh my god. Gummy. You can't have my food. This is my food. You have your kitty num-nums, and I have my people num-nums. These are human num-nums. Huh? I know you love tofu and vegetables, but this is my human num-nums. You have your kitty num-nums. You have your kitty num-nums. Love you, little kitty. You're so big. Look at your big kitty paws. My goodness. You're like a big jaguar. You know I love you. Love you so much. You're such a good baby. You're a hungry little baby. I love my hungry baby. Yeah, you're a big hungry baby. Oh, this cat. You are so silly. You're so silly. I love you so much, baby. I love you so much. Look at you. Your big kitty paws. I love your big kitty paws.
Feel like trash. All the biggest companies and the richest people in the world are investing all kinds of time and energy and resources into turning us into screen zombies. Do you know why they are doing this? Because your brain is valuable, and that means it's worth fighting for. And
most people are just fucktards. That's the fucking problem. Like, this algorithm shit is just horrible and fucking annoying for the most part for like I guess real evolved human beings, but like most people are just fucking troglodytes. And they just keep getting fed fucking slops, but like this new shit is like this AI bullshit. People love these fucking AI channels that just upload slop. They all watch it. So like it's just you know.
How are we going to fight? We're going to fight with books. The antidote to algorithms is books. When I read a book, I feel enriched, intellectually stimulated. My mind is open. I feel like I've accomplished something. Most of all, I feel like myself. In the battle to save our minds, books are our weapons, and their authors are our allies. Try to say that 3 times fast. Are our allies. They are our allies. Their authors are our allies. Don't connect you with your friends anymore. When I open social media, I'm not connected with the people I care most about. These algorithms rank my relationships according to which one of my acquaintances is most likely to get a reaction out of me. So how can books help us with this? Books can provide you with a more authentic form of connectedness. When you read a book, it's like you're entering into the mind, into the imagination of another human being. You see the world through their eyes. You are allowed access to another person's thoughts. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. Here is a book that I love. It's about family. It's about freedom. It's about a toxic love affair.
Gay.
It's about growing up too soon. It's about grief. This is Sing Unburied Sing by American.
Like, I'll be like dead ass honest. Most books are fucking garbage. 99.99% of fucking books are just fucking boring horseshit. Like, I don't know how to explain this, but it's just, why the fuck would I care about most people's problems? I just find it remarkably fucking uninteresting, what most people have to talk about and the way they see things. So, just most stories are complete and utter fucking horseshit to me. I do like some novels, like American Psycho is great, Lord of the Flies was great. This cat is being weird. To Kill a Mockingbird was great. There's great books, but 99.99% of them are just fucking retarded. Female authors are particularly bad. Everything is just so overly emotional and stupid, and like literally every problem everybody has can be solved by I just don't give a fuck anymore. I'm just gonna like jerk off and watch hentai. So it's like when every book has a fucking problem that can be solved by I don't give a fuck anymore, I just won't be friends with you, or go to this job anymore, or do this or do that, then like I just don't fucking care. It's stupid. And there's the cat jumping on my monitor, seeing if he can eat my rice. Alright, thank you, Gummy. Dodo donated $2, let me see.
Tofu has been a staple food in Indonesia.
We've already seen this. We saw a big documentary on this. Yeah, these idiots use plastic for fire to cook tofu. They're dumbasses. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. All right, I've got a
Desmond Ward. I love Desmond Ward. I think she's maybe one of the greatest living novelists
I've got to put away my food because Gummy is just attacking me. I'll be right back. Pretty sure American Psycho was written by a man, and the guy who wrote it based the main character, Patrick Bateman, off of his father. Oh, Gummy, why are you so hungry? My silly little kitty. Sit on my chair. And I'm trying to sit down on the chair, right? Ah, fuck, don't bite me. Get off. I'm trying to sit down. Ah.
As a Christian, I don't understand why so many Christians are opposed to veganism. We believe Adam and Eve were vegan and that humanity will be vegan once more during the eschaton when Christ returns. Although, it's not a moral ought, it's an ideal to be.
Yeah, Christianity is for beta male faggots. And good luck with Santa Claus returning. Thanks for the donation, Mac Daddy.
This book multiple times. It's primarily about two people. It's about a young mother named Leonie and her teenage son named Jojo. And the novel actually does this thing where it pivots back and forth between Leonie's perspective and Jojo's perspective. When I read this, I feel connected to other human beings. And what's amazing is I can feel this connection even though
This guy's gay. Why the fuck would you want to feel connected to other human beings? They're fucking dumbasses. This guy's, like, imagine being a man and wanting to read a book about, like, some mother and her son. Like, this guy's just fucking gay. Holy shit.
Characters in this book are very different from me. They live lives very different from my life. Leonie, for example, she's kind of a neglectful mom, and the reason, in part, is because she's hyper-fixated. She's obsessed with her boyfriend.
Is this guy literally gay? I have a feeling that he is actually gay. I wonder if I can find anything on his social media where he's, like, kissing his husband. Yeah, dude, this guy's gay. No fucking chance this guy isn't gay. Walk with a family. Maybe... Where's his wife? I wonder if he's just gay and he has, like, adopted kids with his gay husband or something. This is like one of the most beta male bitch dudes I've ever fucking seen. What kind of dude would be interested in reading a fucking gay-ass retarded book like this?
Who's in prison. He's not a great guy. She spends a lot of the novel bringing him home, trying to put her family back together, but it's not clear that that's a good idea. But then as you proceed through the novel, you start to understand that a lot of Leonie's behavior is explained in part by her background. She's experienced trauma. She has substance abuse problems, and a lot of this is rooted in the death of
Oh, wow, what an interesting book. A girl went through trauma, and she was addicted to drugs, and she wants to fucking date a prisoner. Like, wow. This is interesting to him. And then he's like trying to convince you to read books, and this is the best he can come up with. Wow, dude. Give me a break.
Her brother. She had this brother, River, who's this young black man he was murdered in an act of racist violence. Also, there are ghosts. I should mention there are more than one ghost in this book. It's supernatural stuff.
Oh, great. There's ghosts in the book. Oh, yeah, I really want to read this stupid horse shit.
Going on. And this is what's magical about literature, about books. As you read, even people who seem very different from you, you start to see the similarities, the things we have in common.
No, I don't. Everyone's a fucking idiot. I have nothing in common with these fucking morons who see fucking ghosts.
Leonie's a parent. I'm a parent. I know what that's like. I also happen to know what it's like to have lost a sibling. So in Leonie's grief, I can actually see an echo of my own. And so in reading...
I lost a sibling. Wah. I'm gay. I care if family members die. Wah.
This book about people who live very different lives than I do, I come to understand things about myself. There's this beautiful quote that I love from the late great writer James Baldwin. You think your pain and your heartbreak are unprecedented in the history of the world. But then you read. It was books that taught me that the things that tormented me most were the very things that connected me with all the people who were alive or who had ever been alive. You can find in books minds, voices from people who can describe you to yourself, people who can articulate thoughts and feelings, who can help you make sense of yourself in a deep and profound way. And here's the amazing thing. This is even possible with people who are long dead, authors who may have lived hundreds of years ago. You can have these moments of connection, these intensely intimate moments with dead people. That's a weird way to put that. You know what I mean. You can also connect by reading books together with friends, with family, with a book club. Books can be tools.
This guy's a retard. Like, this is why nobody reads books, by the way. Like, a big part of it. Like, if I had known manga was a thing when I was a kid and Berserk, you know, was something I could read, like, I would have gotten way more interested in reading. But all the people who advocate for book reading are these beta male fucking cucks who are probably gay and have, like, a gay relationship and, like, fucking adopted children. And they're like, why don't you read this book about a dumb bitch who believes in ghosts? Isn't that interesting? Like, yeah, no. I think I'd rather play video games and fucking murder people. Fucking dumbass.
Do you feel more of a connection to animals than humans? I've been vegan for years now and feel that way. Could you also give your cat a pet for me? Thanks.
Yes, I can pet the cat. There you go. This is me petting Gum Gum. I felt more of a connection to animals even before I was vegan. People are just fucking jackasses for the most part. Thanks for the donation though, Pac-Man.
Or other illicit substances to make their deaths look like an overdose.
We've seen all kinds of motivations, from gang-related reasons, fights over turf and territory, drug money, oftentimes people owing debt.
Oh, I love you.
To send a message is a common one.
Urbanic says hotshot murders are effective because they're easy to dismiss. According to Recovery Alberta, there were 941 drug poisoning deaths certified by medical examiner in 2025. That doesn't include unintentional fentanyl-related.
Another good way to kill people is actually by using... what's that poison? They use it for cleaning gold.
I remember someone invited me to a book club once and I didn't even respond 'cause who TF goes to book clubs?
Cyanide. Well, yeah, book clubs are gay. They all just read gay, boring, stupid shit, like a book about some dumb bitch who believes in ghosts. Like, fuck me, dude. Horse shit. Manga is way better to get into. They're stories that men are actually interested in. A lot of mangas are written by men who aren't like fucking beta male feminized dumbasses. They're just written by like sexist Japanese men, which is great. And you can see boobs, like literally, because there's pictures in it. So much better. But yeah, like manga is better written. Like I would literally say like Berserk is probably one of the best works of literature ever made. Honestly, like better than Shakespeare, because like, you know, who fucking cares about some like dumb teenagers killing themselves because their fucking parents don't like their relationship? Berserk's just a better story. But yeah, book clubs are gay. Just read manga. Thanks for the donation, though, Pac-Man. Or I mean Benboy, sorry. Yeah, so cyanide is actually a pretty good way to kill somebody and get away with it. That's why the mob used so much... There's a lot of mob killings that use cyanide. The reason they really liked using cyanide was because... a lot of people actually don't suspect cyanide poisoning, especially when you're talking about killing, you know, somebody who's like 40, 50, 60, like a lot of mob bosses. Because when you look at all the symptoms of cyanide poisoning, it looks like a heart attack or, you know, a cardiac arrest or a stroke. So oftentimes they won't even bother checking for cyanide poisoning because it just looks like some sort of heart attack. But not that I'm recommending you poison anybody with cyanide, obviously, but I can guarantee you there's a lot of deaths that were recorded as like heart attacks or something, but it was actually cyanide poisoning. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Video unavailable. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Deaths. So individuals wanting to kill others.
I haven't read the Vagabond series, but it looks really good. I do want to get into it. Unfortunately, the author looks like he's never going to finish it, but I do want to read it.
Bro, you need to read that Gaze Man, the guy who wrote Do You Own White Hair Hentai wrote The Cats Man.
That didn't quite land. I know what you tried to do there.
Unfortunately, recognize that this is a way that it can be done with limited investigative eyes on them oftentimes.
Hot shots are described as the perfect crime,
No, never read the novel The Alchemist.
as it's difficult for investigators to find evidence and track down.
Oh yeah, Redo of Healer. I did read that manga. That was great. A lot of really hot rape scenes.
I have numerous cases in my head where this was talked about and I was told about it and brought it forward, and there was really nothing we could do about it.
Dan Jones is a retired Edmonton police officer and the chair of justice studies at Norquest College. He spent years investigating homicides, including hotshot murders. He says the method gives gangs and pimps more power over the streets.
From being in that perspective and sitting there and having that information and not being able to do anything with it because you can't is really frustrating, and it's really frustrating for the police.
Edmonton Police Service says the issue isn't highly prevalent in the city, but is aware it happens.
Just like anything associated to the opioid crisis, there is some concern, but I think that there's a narrative being spun that this is happening on a regular basis, and I don't see that personally.
Regardless, Jones and Urbanic say hot shots are still concerning as they target marginalized Edmontonians. Miriam Valdez-Carletti.
Calgary man who joined ISIS in 2013 received 16-year prison sentence.
It was described.
Well, I thought this was Canada. Aren't you just supposed to immigrate these people and let them do whatever they want?
As the most vile form of criminal conduct. 35-year-old Jamal Borhat learned his fate in a Calgary courtroom Wednesday, sentenced to 16 years in prison, less time served, after being convicted on 3 counts of participating in a terrorist group.
They've been described as an existential threat to a Canadian way of life, and I think that's...
Then why are we fucking immigrating them here? If they're an existential threat, why are we letting Muslims immigrate? They're an existential threat, right? Like, this is just fucking stupid.
Something that the judge found in this decision.
In her decision, Justice Karina Dario says she has found no evidence that Borhat's views have...
Right, so radical Islam is an existential threat to the Canadian way of life, but let's let Muslims immigrate. We have Muslim Islamic hate churches all over the fucking country where imams are preaching jihad, destroy all the fucking Jews, atheists, Christians, enact jihad, try to take over fucking parliament. We literally have a member of parliament who's a Muslim whose expressed reason for getting into politics was to spread Islam. We have these fucking jackasses making Islamic private schools where they're teaching kids that the Holocaust never happened. But yeah, like, this is Canada. You know, we just live in stupid, silly, dumb retard town.
Have changed since he returned to Calgary from Syria in 2014. In the 11 months he spent there, court heard he joined ISIS, participated in violent acts, was prepared to slaughter others, and...
How do you think he joined ISIS? I can guarantee you it was through fucking Muslim fucking groups that are in, like, just normal, everyday fucking mosques, and they're recruiting people from all of these fucking religious centers. This is what they do. So again, we're importing Muslims, allowing Islam to fucking spread, but then we're acknowledging it's an existential threat to the country. Like, it's just idiotic. Thank you, liberals. You make fucking sense. Make sure you take our guns away so that all the fucking terrorists and criminals have guns.
Prepared to die, all to fulfill the goal of creating a Salafist government in Syria. Justice Dario siding with prosecution, who suggested a 16-year sentence, saying the sentence must send the message that terrorism is reprehensible and must be dealt with in the severest of terms. Borhat's cousin, Hussein Borhat.
By the way, there's a Muslim professor in Ontario. I can't remember what college he works out of. But this guy is wanted for a terrorist bombing in France. The Canadian government refuses to deport the guy, refuses to charge him here, and he's still a practicing professor at a Canadian university. Canada is very quickly becoming the UK, and it's all because of the fucking Liberal government that these fucking retarded dumb motherfuckers keep voting in. Like, it's... How bad does crime have to get? How bad does the housing crisis have to get? How bad does the economy have to get? How many fucking immigrants have to get let in to steal everybody's fucking jobs? Like, how bad does... Like, do the home invasions have to get until people are like, maybe we should vote conservative? Like, it's insane.
Borhat traveled to Syria with him in 2013 and was sentenced to 12 years in prison in a 2022 trial.
Hussein Borhat entered a guilty plea quite early on in the process, whereas Jamal Borhat chose to exercise his right to a trial, which he did and he can do, but then he doesn't get the benefit of that mitigating factor of a reduction in sentence for a guilty plea.
Borhat was stoic for most of the sentencing on Wednesday afternoon, pushing up his glasses as the decision was read aloud. He'll have to serve 8 years of his 16-year sentence before he's eligible for parole. Skylar Peters, Global News.
After arrest and before trial.
Hey, it's Mike here, and today, longtime...
Look at this guy. He can't even deadlift properly, and he needs straps. I bet he's a vegan. Oh.
Nice.
Okay.
That's
Well,
315.
that explains why he came up to me and told me that he's vegan and that I could get his cookbook with over 30 high-protein vegan recipes by simply commenting on this reel, vegan. Go ahead, comment vegan, see what happens.
Imagine a lifter who squats 310 pounds for 3 sets of 6 reps at an RPE 8. So 2 reps left in the tank, and he does that on week 1. He comes back on week 2, and he squats 315 pounds for 3 sets of 6 reps. But this time, it was a soul-crushing, bone-on-bone RPE 10 for each set. It was maximal. No reps left in the tank. First question is, which day was he stronger? Now, most people will look at the number on the bar and say that he was stronger on week 2. 315 pounds is more than 310 pounds, right? So he's stronger when he squatted more weight. But the fact that the effort was much harder on week 2 should influence your interpretation. On week 1, he did the work each set with 2 reps left in the tank, meaning he could have definitely squatted 315 pounds if he wanted to. Sure, it might have been a little harder, but it's unlikely that adding a measly 5 pounds would have made it a 10 out of 10 maximal effort like he experienced on week 2. If we compare the 2 efforts, his performance was either roughly the same or lower on week 2 as it was compared to week 1. If he had actually gotten stronger, he should have been able to lift more weight with the same relative effort, meaning that he should have been able to squat 315 pounds for 3 sets of 6, all at RPE 8, or with 2 reps left in the tank.
Scientists just discovered how this man's body works. This is Nick Carson. Whenever he eats potatoes or any other high carbohydrate meal, his speech begins to slur. If he continues to eat, he starts to lose his balance and is struck by sudden mood swings. After years of misdiagnosis, doctors found that Carson's gut was turning the carbohydrates he eats into alcohol, specifically ethanol, an extremely rare medical disorder known as autobrewery syndrome. With only 100 reported cases worldwide, ABS has baffled scientists for over a century. The assumption was that yeasts were the culprits, similar to how they ferment sugars into alcohol in beer. However, in new research by Mass General Brigham and UC San Diego, researchers analyzed the fecal samples from 22 ABS patients, along with healthy controls. Using metagenomic sequencing, they identified striking imbalances in the populations of gut bacteria that were present, particularly in high levels of members from the Proteobacteria family, which are known to convert carbohydrates into ethanol. Now, everyone produces trace amounts of alcohol during digestion, but in people with ABS, these bacteria and their fermentation enzymes go into hyperdrive, flooding the bloodstream with alcohol faster than the liver can process it, so much so that researchers even found ethanol in the fecal samples. In an example of the only real treatment we've found so far, doctors at Massachusetts General Hospital tried transplanting a fecal sample.
Hell yeah, fecal transplants.
Sample from a healthy volunteer into a patient with ABS, and over several months their symptoms began to lessen until ultimately they vanished for about a year. There are, as of yet, no reports of people requesting the reverse procedure.
I would definitely get poop shoved off my ass so I don't have to deal with that. That sounds like a pain.
Carnivore dieter Mikhaila Peterson says she is no longer on the carnivore diet and that she has reintroduced broccoli as well as a slew of other plants. Here she is.
I've managed to reintroduce some.
Yes, miraculously, she can eat broccoli again. So, she's just a dumbass. And it looks like she got more cosmetic surgery.
Foods without arthritic flare-ups or mood issues. It is the first time in over...
Arthritic flare-ups. Oh my fucking god, dude. Like, it's so hilarious. Like, all of her stories are so fucking stupid. She had, she had arthritis. She had her joints completely resurfaced. And then she claimed she has arthritic flare-ups. How do you have arthritic flare-ups when your joints are resurfaced? If your joints are replaced with plastic and titanium, how does plastic and titanium feel pain anymore, you fucking idiot? You can't have arthritic fucking changes to your joints if your joints are made out of fucking plastic and titanium. Like who... Like, I just do not understand how anyone believes any of the stupid fucking nonsense she says.
I meant to show you this. This guy posted something so cringe and contradictory, lol.
Let me take a look.
Political beliefs, fuck Donald Trump, free Palestine, fuck ICE, free all oppressed people, fuck capitalism, fuck bitches get money, and eat the rich. I think that's everything.
That did not make any sense. None whatsoever. That pro-Palestine thing is just so fucking cringe, dude. Thanks for the donation, Ninja, please.
Over 8 years that I've been able to eat anything other than ruminant meat without triggering an autoimmune or psych disorder. It means this girl can't call herself carnivore anymore.
I am very surprised by this, not by her quitting carnivore diet, but by how so few people are attacking her for all the added harvest deaths that she's contributing to. Wait, they don't actually care? That's just to bash vegans? Anyway, she still claims, though, that her lion diet, her version of the diet, is still great, and it's the only way that she was able to reintroduce foods. So still buy her book.
Now, this has always been my theory, which is all over my website, liondiet.com. Heal the gut, add foods back in. Easy peasy.
First of all, in case you didn't notice, yes, Mikhaila now has a new ethnicity since my last video on her. So yeah, she claims that after nearly 8 years on her carnivore diet, which has been largely just beef, salt, and a little bit of alcohol, which we'll talk about, she says that you can now reintroduce foods without a reaction. But when it comes to the research on her main health issue, which was rheumatoid arthritis, as well as our leading killing disease, the research is not in her favor. Anyway, let's go. The vegan diet has been bashed because people have quit in the past, but I will say that this fits right into a slew of people quitting a carnivore diet, perhaps starting with one of the higher profile ones, Paul Saladino, saying his testosterone crashed on it, among other things. And we also have YouTuber Lily Kane, who was strongly craving broccoli, said she was having bad blood work, and also that a lot of these carnivore influencers were lying about how pure their diet was, adding plant-based spices, etc. And it's really interesting for me to look at the difference in backlash between ex-vegan and ex-carnivore videos. Of course, veganism is an ethical stance, so when people quit, a lot of their audience is like, hey, you said you wanted to cause less harm to animals, what's going on here? But for a carnivore diet, it's interesting that we never see things like, you promised to harm as many animals as possible on your carnivore diet, how dare you quit? Unsub. Her comments are overwhelmingly supporting her choice to...
So Donatillers thought you don't like Mike the Vegan. Yeah, he's kind of a dishonest jackass. It's fine to watch some of his videos, though. I'm cramping after my workout.
Hi guys, and
Thanks for
welcome
that
back to
donation,
Lifting Vault, and today I want to talk about Joseph Tumbayello,
7:35.
currently one of the only people on the planet that can bench over 700 pounds. And today he set a new PR on bench, which was 735 pounds. And even Julius Maddox, the strongest bencher.
I don't know how the hell you can tolerate that much weight, dude. You have to just be built fucking different and just have, like, tendons of fucking I guess steel would break, probably. Like, tendons like a yak.
Of all time, acknowledge that this was on another level, because Joseph is considerably lighter than anyone who has benched these numbers ever before. And of course, this wasn't to competition standards.
Ninja, please don't tell us he says fuck capitalism followed by get money. Yeah, just... Plus, pretty sure he runs his own business, and I bet this guy doesn't do coaching for free. That's what's contradictory. Well, yeah, I know. A lot of people really do not understand their own political beliefs. Thanks for the donation, though, Ninja, please.
Standards. But even with a pause, he could be the strongest bencher in the world right now. Thanks for watching, everyone.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy. I think even Andrei Smaev, I'm not sure if he's benched that much yet.
And that was it for today.
I think Smaev might have benched close to 700 and with a pause.
Video. I hope you enjoyed it, and if you did, don't forget to...
Yeah, that is nutty.
To include some plants here and there. I mean, you think you'd have at least one or two oxalate warriors criticizing her. Oh wait, yeah, user oxalate warrior says plants are trying to kill us. No need to add toxic plants back in, but still you gotta dig for that stuff. I control F oxalates to just see if there was anything at all. I guess I'm just ranting to say that quitting a vegan diet and quitting a carnivore diet are very different things, because one is taken to an ethical stance and the other one is largely like any other dietary attempt. She's doing it as an elimination diet. Now, other people are doing it for health, like you might do a 30-day juice fast or something, but then there is also a political aspect to the carnivore diet, a certain way that sways, and for certain insecure men, dare I say, an aspect of gender-affirming care, which unfortunately in cases like Paul Saladino backfired with his lower testosterone. Gotta be manly. Anyway, we can talk about Mikhaila's story a little bit here, and I have talked about it in the past, and how it, let's just say, has some inconsistencies here or there. The lightning fast background, she says that as a child she had idiopathic juvenile arthritis, rheumatoid arthritis, as a child with no explanation, and that after years and years of suffering with it severely, she then went on her carnivore diet and was able to get rid of a bunch of her symptoms.
Yeah, and she often fails to mention that she got her joints resurfaced. Her joints were replaced.
Of course, it is anecdotal. People get details wrong. But there are some things where I'm like, really, does that actually add up? Like saying her all beef and salt diet fixed some health issue or mental issue that then came back also on her all beef and salt diet. Or adding in alcohol in the form of vodka, which she even mentions in her video here, saying that she's had people try to discredit her.
What's also interesting is her arthritis was not bilateral. She only had it on one side of her body, where if this was caused by some immune issue, it's possible that it could just be unilateral. But since it's bilateral, and I think it affected one of her hips and one of her ankles or something, it could have been from some kind of injury that she was kind of unaware of. Really severe crushing like injuries, like falls. If you've ever fallen down a stairs, gotten into a car accident, you know, something like that. Like if you're a kid and you jump off the monkey bars, some of those injuries can cause substantive damage to the joint and you don't feel any pain at the time. But those sorts of crushing injuries where there's like a really severe amount of force placed on the joint itself, though that little bit of damage tends to cause over time more damage and will wear away your joint. That's a big factor for arthritic changes in your joints. So the fact that her arthritis was not bilateral, it kind of makes me think that it's likely something like that. Who knows though? Like regardless, she got her joints resurfaced, so like claiming she's had arthritic flare-ups in those same joints makes absolutely no fucking sense. And again, like how the fuck, like, it's plastic and titanium. If you look at an MRI, like the joint isn't going to wear out faster because of some autoimmune thing, because it's no longer tissue.
For this,
I was reacting to shampoo. I was reacting to everything. However, the first thing I did introduce was vodka. Now I know that's not a health food in the least, and I feel like people discredit me because who is on a diet of meat and occasional vodka? But that's how you know I'm telling the truth about everything I'm saying here.
Well, yeah, your diet.
No, you lie constantly.
diet is almost entirely consisting of carcinogens, red meat, which is a class 2A carcinogen according to the WHO, and alcohol, which is a class 1A liver carcinogen. BSV diet, anyone? Beef salt vodka diet? She also makes some biologically implausible claims like how eating some olives would lead to her to have weeks of symptoms, which seems like a very small amount of food.
Do you crave junk food after you lift? I do. No, it's just more sometimes I want junk food. Don't really notice any particular time I crave it. Thoughts on Genetic Beast. I think I saw him eat raw ground beef in a park. He says that it's good for you and that he is massive than 99% of people in Canada. He has some sort of mental problem. I don't know exactly what it is, but he's some kind of retard. He's not normal. If you look through his entire channel, he just has he's weird. There's something wrong with him. On top of that, he's not strong, he's not big, he's never been big and strong, and he lies about his lifts. He's claimed to have had a 500-pound overhead press, which would literally be a world record. So, he's full of shit.
You wanna know the most hilarious revelation is from all of this? A bunch of white leftists are outraged, actually the true racists, accusing President Trump associated black people with monkeys/apes. Most of us recognized the message for what it w.
That made no sense to me. Thanks for the donation, Peter.
Racist leftists who say Trump is racist, are actually the ones who associate black people with apes. That's pretty racist. Accusing President Trump of being racist for associating them with apes means that you associate blacks with apes.
No, it kind of means that you understand the history of racists associating black people with apes. Sort of like how there's that racist meme of a Jew with a big nose, like rubbing his hands, like that, like you're an idiot. Thanks for the donation, stupid. Peter donated $2. Yes, he did that. This doesn't seem coincident. Like, okay, so Hillary is a fucking warthog, and then there's another black guy. Like, it's a meerkat, but I mean, pretty fucking close to monkey looking. Like, it's just weird that again, the black guy looks like a creature that kind of looks like a monkey. Yeah, well, Joe Biden's a baboon. Evens things out a little bit. There's plausible deniability that he didn't intend some sort of racist message with that video, but like the issue is, yeah, racists have made that comparison between black people and apes before, or monkeys. So like it's just stupid to post something like that and share it. Why am I arguing with you? You're a dumbass.
And then I tried organic olives. I tried to reintroduce olives and had a huge arthritic flare-up, huge depressive flare-up.
We got to talk about biological plausibility here, in which every single molecule of those olives would be gone way before she stopped having those symptoms. You know what I mean? I had to look at the research, like this study on how long it takes for food to fully make it through your system. People who eat 30 grams or more fiber are going to be around 3 days max. Well, low fiber people, of course, like the carnivore diet, can be up to 5.5 days. So that is longer. Ironically, her diet would make her more susceptible to food reactions in this sense, but still not weeks. And also how that mirrors her father, Jordan Peterson's strange food reactions as well. For example, him saying he had a little bit of apple cider, was then overwhelmed by an impending sense of doom, and then didn't sleep for 25 days.
Do it. Apple cider. Like, what was it doing? What was it doing to you?
Oh, it produced an
overwhelming sense of impending doom. And I seriously been overwhelming. Like, there's no way I could have lived like that if that would have lasted for... See, Mikhaila knew by that point that it would probably only last a month, and I was like...
A month?
Yeah.
From fucking cider?
Oh, I didn't sleep that month. I didn't sleep for 20...
Even Joe Rogan was like, are you sure about that? Like... Oh, these people are such neurotic fucking weirdos. Remember at the end of Trump's first term, he tweeted a video of one of his followers shouting white power? I don't remember that, but, you know.
25 days. I didn't sleep at all. I didn't sleep at all for 25 days.
How is that possible?
I'll tell you how it's...
Like, that's a tall tale. And then there's another aspect which I don't actually view as her fault, and that is sort of flip-flopping about the cause being dietary or from mold exposure, which he does talk about in the video as well.
I got diagnosed with chronic inflammatory response syndrome, CIRS, and started treatment for that. And I've gone into details. There's a bunch of videos up about that. Started treatment for that, and more importantly, moved out of that house and strictly avoided mold. And I still strictly avoid mold.
In particular, she said she's dealing with chronic inflammatory...
So, you'll notice women are overwhelmingly diagnosed with these, like, really weird, obscure, rare, like, supposedly inflammatory conditions. I have a theory that women are full of shit, and they will whine and cry until a doctor, like, throws their hands up in the air and makes up some diagnosis so that they feel better. Like, it's... Like, give me a fucking break. You know what I mean? Everyone else can eat a banana and just, you know, go on about their day, but for some reason you, like, nearly die.
Response syndrome, which in the study is a multi-system illness acquired following respiratory...
Dodo donated $2. Can you say in Dr. Peterson's voice, apple cider vinegar produced an overwhelming sense of dread? Impending doom. There's no way it could have lived like that. Well, that's like, that's a, an impression. And those are $10. I'll give you a deal. If you give me $5 more, I'll do it. Give you a $2 discount or $3 discount. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Exposure to water-damaged buildings, so in other words, mold. Though I should mention this was authored by people from, say, the Holistic Resonance Center and Recover from Mold. A little bit of a conflict there. And this condition, CIRS, is not officially considered a medical diagnosis from the CDC or Mayo Clinic or anything like that, with doctors warning like a delay diagnosis of treatable conditions. And I want to get into some science here, but I will say after that, I'm going to speculate in a very semi-scientific way because we don't have all the information as to what I think could have actually caused her health issues and why they could have gone into remission and why now she can eat plant foods. Just a theory. Because Mikhaila's story is anecdotal, we don't have studies, we can't prove her right or wrong, we can talk about it all day if we want to, but it's more important to just mention that when it comes to her telling people with rheumatoid arthritis to eat her diet, is that backed by science or is that risky? And I'm gonna go ahead and say that her claim that meat cures rheumatoid arthritis is diametrically opposed.
All right, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Apple cider vinegar produced an overwhelming sense of dread and impending doom, and I never could have lived like that. Even 2 weeks after eating the apple cider vinegar, there was a guy who was very dark and had a hat who was chasing me around the house. And in my weakened state, barely being able to sleep, he finally caught me, and he stuck his finger up my butt. And boy, let me tell you, ever since then, going to the bathroom's been rather unpleasant. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Opposed to the actual research. And I like to use the tool consensus every once in a while, which aggregates a bunch of research and of course always double check that research. But we can even try to push it in the way of, does red meat lower the risk of rheumatoid arthritis? And the results are actually abysmal. 13 studies, including a meta-analysis against her position.
Well, we know why this is the case. It seems we know what causes rheumatoid arthritis. It's an immune response from a urinary tract infection. It seems to be caused by a particular type of bacteria, and that bacteria is more present in people who eat higher quantities of meat. And women are particularly susceptible to this because their anus is closer to their urinary tract than with men. Men have the advantage of having dicks that, you know, have this shaft The pee-pee hole's right at the end, and it's further away from your butthole, so women do not have said penis. And their butthole germs can travel up to their pee hole and then make their way up their urinary tract. So, like, we know why this would be the case.
And 0 in favor of it. So even if you grant that everything that she says about eating meat only and how plants cause her...
Peter Sanilli donated $2. Yeah, that's definitely racist. It's funny how the George Floyd memes just won't die. Who the fuck? These have to be fake accounts. This has to be an Indian. This guy does not live in Arkansas. I guarantee you this guy's an Indian. Thanks for the donation, Peter.
Rheumatoid arthritis is true for the vast majority of people, vast majority of people, that would be bad advice. And remember, she has been eating exclusively beef or other ruminant meat, and we have from this Mendelian randomized study that looked at NHANES data, high beef consumption was associated with 3 times the odds of rheumatoid arthritis. This is important because Mendelian randomization can help determine causation unlike other epidemiological studies because they're able to isolate genetic variables in a similar fashion to randomized trials. And so they even conclude, quote, the study indicated that there is suggestive evidence to support the causal effect of beef intake on the risk of rheumatoid arthritis. Of course, they say more studies are needed. They always are. But let me flip this for carb-fearing Americans in a way that I think will make sense. Imagine you have migraines, for example, but for whatever reason, you personally, when you eat candy, they go away. You then go, oh my gosh, this is the solution. I'm going to write a book on my specific special candy diet because candy has helped me, when all of the research out there is saying that no, candy is actually bad, not just for migraines, but other health issues. That is the case with her diet.
Candy tastes good, though. And if something tastes good, that means we're biologically wired to eat it. And if we're biologically wired to eat it, then obviously evolution has dictated that it's good for us, therefore lollipops are healthy.
In addition, we also have, of course, the increase in LDL or bad cholesterol you'll see with eating a high meat diet. We see it over and over again on a carnivore diet, and that is also from Mendelian randomized controlled trials causally linked to athleticism.
Yep, and this is why Revival Fitness doesn't want the smoke when it comes to debating me on this topic. Because he's a fucking dumbass.
Atherosclerosis, heart disease, our #1 killer, so the most dangerous thing to all of us, that risk increases by eating the way she's telling you to. And I just thought it would be interesting to flip the question on consensus and ask, hey, is a plant-based diet associated with lower rheumatoid arthritis? For which the results are 89% saying either yes or possibly yes, with just one small pilot study finding no difference. And then of course I have an entire video going through the other potential risks of a carnivore diet, including the deficiency or lack of nutrient risks. And she even mentions having low folate.
Folate was also low, which could easily...
Shins Donatiller, Sir Vegan Gains, do you have compassion towards schizos? Is this Adam?
Moving on, there are over 1.5 million diagnosed paranoid schizophrenics living in America today. Should our healthcare system be doing more to make sure they are safe to themselves and others by watching over them 24 hours a day?
Yes, we need to monitor these people to make sure they're safe. Hide cameras everywhere they go, in the streets, in their homes, in the eyes of people at the convenience stores where they shop.
Cameras aren't really enough.
I read it in a medical journal recently that a number of doctors have already begun to place microscopic tracking devices under the skin of schizophrenics, which is a great way to make sure that they don't get lost.
Yeah, and this article said here recently that most of them have had no problem with that, and it's a very non-invasive procedure and has proven to work very well
Painless.
so far.
Painless,
schizophrenics often respond well to pleasant memories from their past, and one technique which might give them a little bit of relief is if we have their caregivers' faces surgically reconstructed, so they look like the schizophrenic's dead relatives.
Now, some say that we should offer verbal encouragement by implanting speakers in their ears, which would whisper kind words to them 24 hours a day.
Couldn't agree more. I think what would be...
That's hilarious. The Onion has some good skits. Thanks for that donation, Shins.
Be part of only eating meat. I wasn't even eating organs. So I'd keep an eye, anyone who's doing this, I would keep an eye on folate specifically, but I'd keep an eye on all your vitamins, especially because sick people's vitamins are always kind of wonky.
Maybe that means she had a folate deficiency. I'm not sure. She said the word low, which could be low normal, but still there's a nutrient gap, an insane nutrient gap, which of course she supplements for. 1 or 2 supplements, fine. Vegans have to take B12. We can just quickly see what 2 pounds of beef lacks in terms of minerals, vitamins, and other nutrients. It is not looking good. And I think that especially spits in the face of her idea that this is an elimination diet where you can eat just one food and that meets all of your nutritional needs. It does not. And we've seen that over and over again in people getting vitamin C deficiencies, as we saw with one doctor on YouTube who's transparent about his numbers.
I had issues with vitamin C deficiency. Well, I wanted to check them and they were 12. Now 12 is actually very low.
But I should take the win and credit her for actually viewing eating plants again as a good thing. A lot of people aren't doing.
No, Caroline Levitt is not hot. She's just a dumb bitch.
Doing that, so that's a major win. And we have to ask, what is she actually eating now? What has she been able to introduce? And she says this.
More of the fun stuff, eating plants and other foods after 8 years. In the last 2 months, I have tried arugula, avocado, seaweed, broccoli, broccolini, coconut, mango, vinegar, ginger, Swiss chard, pak choy, berries, cucumber, sweet potato, caviar, salmon, and chicken.
I'm just happy that she admits that eating plants is fun stuff, not the food of Satan, which a lot of other carnivores view it as. It's also wild to me that she was even restricting other meats like chicken. Yeah, she specified ruminant almost said ruminant arthritis instead of ruminant meat only. And of course, why did the diet that she's been eating for almost 8 years and pushing have to be the highest environmental footprint food? That ruminant meat, which beats out every other type of protein when something like nuts is actually carbon negative on average, which is cool. But yeah, you could probably tell she's not eating some flexitarian low meat diet or even some standard American type diet in terms of the amount of meat. No, she is still eating virtually all meat and just adding in little foods here and there. Here she says she's 95% animal based.
And I'm sticking to a ketogenic diet because I still seem to feel my best staying in ketosis. So that limits the mango, coconut, and sweet potato. Chicken makes me groggy, but fish seems fine. Cooked arugula seems totally fine. I am eating so much arugula. So now I can say my diet consists really of 95% beef, some ginger, I've always loved ginger, and pan-fried arugula and tallow. I'm back to meat and greens.
I've said it and I'll say it again, fruits and vegetables lower all-cause mortality risk. That's of course not the risk.
Babutwi Wars Kangs and Shy8 watch the full video moron. Smiley face emoji, 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 smiley face emoji. Democrats do is a lie.
A Telit 4G wireless chip manufactured in Taiwan was discovered embedded into the motherboard. The voting machine tapes clearly indicate modem engagement and transmission of election data. Some of the anomalies that we noticed in the 2020 general elections, that 5 key states all stopped counting at a certain time in these key battleground states. These were all where the software, Dominion machines, ES&S machines were used, the Smartmatic, the GEMS software. So when the vote stopped counting, and this has been noted in other countries as well, President Trump was significantly ahead. When reporting and counting resumed, there was a massive spike occurred that
This is just such nonsense.
favored Joe Biden. Machine that counts the votes.
Thanks for the donation, Peter.
Risk of dying at all, that's all 100% for us, although some are trying to change that. I'm talking about the risk of dying over the course of any given study. People seem to be a little bit unclear on that one. Now let's get into my theory, because we again have that literature showing that plant-based foods are generally positive and red meat is generally negative for rheumatoid arthritis risk. But she's claiming that it put hers into remission. What the heck is going on here? What do I think? And this is where my theory might be even slightly offensive, hopefully not too dismissive though.
Shane's donate tellers also watch this full goddamn video. It's under 2 minutes. Don't you want to reach this level of transcendence? Don't just focus on your body, you roid head.
I thought I told you, by the time I got home from work, you had better be out there looking for a friggin' job.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm watching my shows.
You're not watching anything, your friggin' eyes are closed. You haven't opened them since you became a restful cube.
I don't really perceive like that anymore.
I let you stay here because I thought that when you were done mutating, and shedding your corporeal form, maybe you would enter a new phase of reality and get out of my house. But you're still here, and you're still on my friggin' couch.
Hey man, you know, restful cubes be resting, man. That's what we be doing, man.
And that smell, is that you? You're starting to stink. It smells terrible in here.
Oh yeah, maybe.
Okay, clearly, even in your new form, you still have to shower. You smell awful. Go to the shower.
Nah, not yet.
Go to the bathroom and take a shower.
Not yet.
Shower now.
Nah, man, no, not yet, not yet.
Okay, let's compromise. You go to the backyard, I'll hose you off, and then afterwards, I'll get you a Happy Meal. And I won't tell Ronald McDonald that you've been a stinky boy, which I will do if you don't go to the backyard.
Okay, that works for me.
You're enjoying this way too much, aren't you?
Yeah, kinda.
I don't know, I feel like that's already my life. Thanks for the donation, Shins.
You're only proving racist tropes to be true by being so fucking ignorant. You saw the video. He retruthed a screen recording of the video, and when the screen recorder person finished the video they scrolled 2 other videos at the end, including Lion King 1.
Okay, that's great. I don't care. It's not like any of this matters. Thanks for the donation, Peter.
And that has to do with how perhaps she initially got this rheumatoid arthritis from some immune cross-reactivity with a virus, for example, Epstein-Barr or parvovirus B19, which can both be connected to the onset of this. You can have some molecular mimicry issues where your body thinks that your own cells, in this case, your joint cells, are those foreign cells, makes antibodies to then attack those. We see that with dairy proteins and various autoimmune diseases as well. And she had this really bad as a child. I think she had to get joint replacements. That's obviously traumatic. And with that level of trauma, you could potentially have a pretty strong psychosomatic connection. This is where I'm not trying to say it's all in her head. In fact, I'm trying to say it's all in her body, because the body keeps the score. Bessel van der Kolk, shout out. Of course, he has a book about how trauma is stored in the body, and there's pretty strong case for this. But in terms of Mikhaila's case, I think it's possible that she then associated certain foods with purity or as a potential threat for whatever reason, suggestibility from influencers or whatever was going on at the time. And so she viewed red meat as the ultimate sign of dietary purity, eliminating on her elimination diet any threat.
Well, Frank Tufano has that.
When plant foods were a threat, and of course we know that if you put something in your body that you view as a threat, you can even have an immune response.
So are you going to admit you were wrong now? And that the Democrats lie as always? Just like how they lied about Venezuela, Iran and Israel, and you acknowledge they lie about that. This is one another of their lies.
Okay, sure. Thanks for the donation, man.
So in this case, there might be nothing actually physically in there. You know, it wasn't some phytochemical in olives that was leading to weeks-long reactions. It was that she told her body that she did something that would harm her, and that led to perhaps an immune response. And then that systemic immune response that she had could actually lead to the creation of more of those same antibodies that attacked her joints to start with. And that is where it could potentially be complicated, in that either over time, those antibodies have faded, which would be really lucky because that doesn't happen in things like type 1 diabetes. Yeah, from this fascinating study, about 1 in 8 people who are in remission for rheumatoid arthritis had their main disease antibodies fade. So very possible. But it's also possible that internally she had a change. For whatever reason, she was able to change her relationship with plant-based foods enough that she could start eating them again without having that immune response. How could this even be possible? Do we have anything that could support this? Well, we have interesting case studies, at least. That's not ultimate proof. It's low quality of evidence. But for example, we've had people that have multiple personalities, in which eating a food on one personality will lead to hives, more severe reaction, and then another personality will have little to no reaction, which is mind-boggling. But that's a situation where, based on their internal mental state, they're able to either trigger or not trigger a mast cell response to a food that they're eating. Maybe her new ethnicity acts as a new personality that can tolerate plant foods. I'm just joking. Additionally, a study found that people who suffered from disassociation, which is a common trauma response, have about 10 times the likelihood of reporting false drug allergic reactions, really an allergic reaction to placebo when they were told they were being exposed to the drug. Interesting stuff. And then we also have how people through brain retraining have at least reported no longer becoming even anaphylactically allergic to foods. I think this is a don't try at home situation. Warning, major warning across the whole screen here. But people who go, okay, I have a reaction to peanut butter, I'm going to slowly change my relationship with that. There are various types of programs, one in which you essentially take a day, think about peanut butter, do calming exercises. It's more than that, but that's the gist of it. And then the next day you touch the outer jar of the peanut butter, and then over time you go to a tiny, tiny lick and more and more and more, and train your system to not respond. Obviously it's not going to work for everyone every time, but we've seen that happen. And to further show my support for this theory, I do believe that there are people who are even vegan, who are traumatized, maybe even from the animal agriculture industry, who might have physical reactions to being told that they're eating animal foods that aren't actually from the ingredients in there. Let's say they're accidentally served dairy, or told that based study, and we saw what happened last time with that. Absolutely trash results. This is a little bit different, but we saw that Keto CTA study where they hid the massively dangerous rate of plaque burden that was happening over a year in these keto people with high LDL or bad cholesterol. She's doing something similar. She's saying, hey, I'm doing a study on rheumatoid arthritis, actually. Here she is.
I've launched the world's largest keto and carnivore study on the Lion diet and keto diet and its impact on...
Shins and Teller's time for Ren and Stimpy. Let me see. Ren and Stimpy was good. Thanks for the donation, Shins. Donate Tellers, they're not even hiding it anymore.
Come with us as we deliver this letter to Andy and Anderson. We are here at the CNN headquarters in Washington, D.C. to deliver our letter signed by 1,500 of you. I don't know if you saw the CNN live stream from Harbin, China on New Year, but if you were watching, you would have seen Mike Valerio challenge CNN host Andy and Anderson to go to China for the Chinese New Year.
Can they just arrest these people already? Can Trump get off his ass and just, like, sick ice on these fucking people? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Rheumatoid arthritis and IBD. The study's run by a medical team separate from me, but I'm trying to collect
Can you curl 70 pounds? Yeah, I should be able to do that now.
funding. I've linked the GoFundMe below.
So yes, she's trying to raise about $300,000 through GoFundMe to make this study, which she says she's going to have researchers that are independent from her. I mean, I have questions. If it shows something negative, is it still going to be published? Are these researchers still incentivized in any way to please you, maybe for future research? And can we please have an elimination diet that is not a carnivore diet to compare to? I know that would probably make it more expensive, but that's what would be ideal. But my main wish for the study is that it maintains a level of honesty and integrity as it is made and released, etc. Anyway, in the end, she's telling people that the best diet for rheumatoid arthritis is to go on an all-meat diet. Maybe some alcohol there, but that unfortunately is very far from what the research shows is best for people in general. Again, Mendelian randomized trial finding that beef was associated with 3 times the odds of rheumatoid arthritis. Like, that is insane. That's a high factor of risk. So yeah, regardless of her personal story, even if we grant to her that yes, plants are directly the cause of her rheumatoid arthritis and cause her inflammation in some unique way, it is still not applied to like
Trial comes jail. All suspects are innocent until proven guilty in a court of law.
I work with a lot of great people who are great backup.
Yes. Yeah, they look way older than 20. I have a funny feeling they're lying about their age. Why do they look so old? Dude. Shins $22. I want you to work out to this next time you do and record it. Guarantee you will do extra reps, dude. It's not a very good song. Thanks for the donation, Shins. RFK Jr. donated $2. Let me see.
First of all, because there's a lot of skepticism and confusion about this, are you anti-vaccine?
What's the point of even asking him about this shit? What is this USA?
Reports are one of...
Yeah, just stand 1 billion to fix their health.
Dr. Pollen up at Harvard.
We've already seen that. Thanks for the donation, RFK Jr. Watch those next.
Wow.
Issue exactly?
Oh, don't get up unless you raise your hand. Do not talk to the males.
Dude, if we're gonna be serious about making prostitution illegal... Shins and Retailers, keep this queued. No rush, watch your sex worker video.
Fame is...
Yeah, we've seen this before. I guess we can watch it. It's kind of funny. Thanks for... Dude, you can literally go on a sugar daddy website and like make it like explicitly have relationships in return for money. That's fine. But then, oh, this is over, like, stupid. It's just like dumb Christian bullshit. Like, sex is bad. Porn's legal, so like if there's a camera involved, it's okay. Like, it's so dumb.
Work. Stand up straight. Spread your feet. Spread your feet. You're having a hard time standing up. You've been drinking alcohol tonight?
It's not your problem.
No, I'm just... Hey, you have an accident?
Operative, but she's just so...
No, no. I'm more...
Come on.
Since school?
No. Okay.
Well... Shins, $20. Do you miss old internets?
Welcome back everyone to another Downward Day. And today's video is going to feature a bit of a meta topic. Remember a time back then that was kind of the appeal on the internet. Truly engage with...
I'm not watching this entire video. I would say mid-2000s is where the internet was probably the most fun. Thanks for that donation though, dude. Well, Satan makes a good point. Shins, $22. ACHGC, whatever.
What does it look like? Bad enough I got this headache.
Now I gotta deal with your questions. Annoying sissy Mary.
Stop! I'm a magic leprechaun, caught in the sprinkler. If you let me go, I'll grant you 3 wishes.
Pneumonia and die.
Are you happy?
Yes.
Those aren't funny. Thanks for the donation, dude.
The most sedentary places in America. Traveling to and from the airport is probably the All right, guys, so I am at Reagan National Airport. This is an exciting day. We built a pull-up bar here in the middle of the airport to announce with Secretary Kennedy and Secretary Duffy that gyms are coming to airports. We've been working on this for a long time. It's super exciting. The Department of Transportation is announcing $1 billion with a B dollars in grants for airports across the country to do all sorts of upgrades, including putting mini gyms. We brought a Rogue pull-up bar into the airport. We're gonna see how many pull-ups Secretary Duffy's got, how many pull-ups Secretary Kennedy's got, and we're gonna show you guys the whole story here at Reagan, but get excited because gyms are coming to airports, guys. What's up, my man?
No, I'm not gonna shake.
All right, let's go.
Yes, I'd love to get sweaty while waiting at the airport. Wonderful. Great idea. I'm sure all the fat retards who've never exercised a day in their life will be able to take advantage of a pull-up bar.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How you doing? Paul, how are you?
How are you? When we travel, you think about, you see, yes, because the
Look at this! Okay, this is important. This is the real.
see in a gym. We're thinking mini gyms. Could we create a space in the airport where people could get micro workouts and feel a lot better?
Today we'll make the experience better. We're open to it at Go to Die. So true.
Secretary Kennedy for Spirit can all become healthier, and then thank you both for this opportunity. Here on X.
Stupid.
No, I've never been anti-vaccine.
I've never been anti-vaccine. I just think they kill children. That's all I'm saying. People should know that they kill children with vaccines. I don't have a problem with killing children. That's what the brainworm makes me do. It wasn't me. It was the brainworm who did it.
I've said that thousands and thousands of times. My concern is that we should properly safety test vaccines so that people understand and we are able to understand the risk.
They already do that.
Risk profile for these products. We know that many vaccines prevent disease. If you get your measles vaccine, your chance of getting measles goes down by 97%. And but we don't know what the risks are of taking that vaccine because we've never done a randomized placebo-controlled trial, and that is required for every other medical product. But right now, when I was a kid, we gave 3 vaccines. I got 3 vaccines, and I was fully compliant. Today's children get.
Oh, is YouTube being stupid? Yeah. All right, well, the stream might go black for a minute or two. Just a heads up. Shins donated $2. I'm going through my liked YouTube videos, and it's kind of hard to read what you like from them, but would you like this one?
And here we are at the vet.
Yeah, thanks for the donation, dude.
At between 80 and 92 vaccines, and the only ones that have been safety tested.
Am I getting... Is that because I'm watching fucking USA Today? Or is it giving me a warning for something I watched like fucking 5 minutes ago? Okay, I'm just gonna let this thing go away first. Okay, looks like we're good.
When a randomized placebo-controlled trial is a COVID vaccine, none of the other ones have. So we do not know whether those vaccines are causing downstream effects that could include many of the chronic diseases that are listed on the manufacturer's inserts as potential adverse events from those products.
Well, that was my next question. I mean, do you think that vaccines have caused and are indeed causing chronic diseases?
Well, we know that they can cause chronic disease because, first of all, we have lots of data on that, many, many studies, but also the manufacturers are required to list the side effects on their inserts that FDA agrees are probable vaccine injuries. And there's over 1,000 side effects, and they include many of the diseases like diabetes, like neurological diseases, ADD, ADHD, speech delay, language delay, tics, Tourette syndrome, and autoimmune diseases. And for
yeah, the problem is people who are vaccinated don't have higher rates of those things. So this dumbass, I think this dumbass doesn't understand statistics. Like, just because somebody died from eating a peanut, that doesn't mean peanuts are deadly.
Fertility issues that are now chronic in our children. So we don't know what, if any, contribution vaccines are making to the chronic disease epidemic, and that is something that we need to find out.
But that's a crucial difference. We don't know. So you're not saying that they definitely caused them. You're saying we don't know. We want to study it.
Well, we know that certain vaccines can cause those issues in some patients, but we don't know enough about. We've never quantified that, so we don't know. For example, SIDS, has been associated particularly with the DTP vaccine for 60 years. Mm-hmm. We don't know how many of the SIDS cases that are out there are vaccine-induced. We have no way of knowing that. And so, because of virtually every kid who gets SIDS has been vaccinated, but we don't know what the association is.
Okay.
And what we need to do now is the science that determines whether 80% or 2% or 1% of those SIDS cases are being caused by vaccines.
Understood. You mentioned the COVID vaccine. What was the last vaccine you yourself had?
I took a lot of flu shots up until probably the mid-1990s. I was getting a flu shot every year.
Why'd you stop?
Well, I actually stopped in 2005 when I began looking at side effects. And actually, I was litigating against them.
By the way, this guy used to be a heroin addict. He would take heroin every day. And suddenly he got worried if the flu vaccine could give him health issues.
I was preparing litigation against some of the flu shots several years ago, and one of the injuries that was listed on a lot of them was spasmodic dystonia, mm-hmm. which is an injury I have to my voice. That's why my voice is so screwed up, and that turns out to be a vaccine injury. Do I know that?
You realize you have a brain worm inside your head? Have you ever, considered maybe it's the brain worm?
It was caused by...
that's not even a meme. He actually has a dead brain worm inside his head. He's considering the vaccine fucked up his voice. And the first thing he doesn't, go to is the brain worm. What? A fucking worm ate pieces of your brain. And you think that is less likely to be related to your speech problem than getting a fucking flu shot?
My annual flu shot, I have no idea.
Do you suspect it was?
It's a possibility. It's a potential culprit that I cannot rule out. So,
Dude, this is like getting shot in the head and then not being able to move your left arm and then associating that with a fucking flu shot that you got. Did you forget that you got shot in the fucking head?
But I can't prove it. Okay. And I'd like to know. We should have that data, but we don't.
Our piece is about crunchy moms, and you may have heard that term, the crunchy moms who are out there. These are moms who are very into sort of holistic eating. They're very careful about what they eat. They're very careful about what they put in their bodies, and they're huge fans of yours. We met with some of these crunchy moms, and a couple of them told me, I asked them, I said, look, if we did all the testing in the world on vaccines, if we did everything you want to do, everything that RFK wants to do, would you give your kids the vaccine? And they said no. They said even with the testing, we still wouldn't. Do you have a message for people who think that way, and do you think that way as well?
Well, I think we need to have the data before I put out any message. Listen, what we've done recently under President Trump's orders is to condense the vaccine schedule, the vaccines that we consider the most important. And those are vaccines that cause infectious diseases that spread very easily and that children are most vulnerable to. So we advise them to take those vaccines. For people who don't care to do that, we want to make sure that we can treat those diseases when they do appear.
What's next in terms of the vaccine schedule? Are you looking at other changes?
Well,
AI videos are getting so realistic. Will it be a problem for society? Since people can start accusing others of committing crimes, and have fake realistic AI footage of the crime taking place?
People have already done that. It's probably not ever going to be a widespread issue.
The back up the trunk from the front to the back.
Why are you sending this to me?
That's going to be up to ACIP, which is the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, which is an external committee at CDC made of external scientists, so scientists who are not working for the agency. And they are the ones who are now looking at the data for the first time.
Okay, but
Fat doesn't lift the weight. Muscles do. Slow cut is the way. You'd maybe stop fainting doing a rep on OHP. LLLLLLLLLU. Arrah. You. Arrah. 777, 7777, 777, 777, 777, 7777, 777, 777, 777, 777, 7777, 777, 777, 777, 7777777777 new 777, 7777 777 777 777 777 new. Arrah. 7,777,777.
Yes, that's all well and good. Thanks for the donation, keyboard.
And then, we're doing studies now, which should have been done 30, 40, 50 years ago. We're doing those studies now, but they take time. Some of these studies will take 2 or 3 years. Some of them may take more.
But we can expect possibly more changes to the schedule?
That is up to the ACIP panel.
So you place a lot of emphasis, obviously, on personal health, on what you eat and what you put in your body. And one thing we're really interested in, and we found making this program, is that there's a real disconnect when it comes to nutrition on one side and vaccines on the other. And I'd like to see whether you agree with me on this. I think that when it comes to what you put forwards on nutrition, for example, the new nutrition guidelines that you put out, you've largely got the backing of the scientific establishment. The ADA, for example, came out and said, yes, we agree on this. I don't think the same can be said when it comes to vaccines. I think that the sort of establishment of science is still basically says, no, these vaccines are safe, we don't need to test them, they've been tested. Do you acknowledge that there's a dichotomy there, that there's a difference there?
Well, if they say they have been safety tested, then that's just not true.
Okay.
And that's the problem, is that there is even a disagreement over the facts. But, I don't think if anybody can show you data that show that they've been safety tested. There's a big difference between established science and the scientific establishment. The scientific establishment told us that thalidomide was okay. It told us that cigarette smoking could be good for you. It told us many things that they were wrong about.
God.
And unfortunately,
that's not what they said. That was cigarette marketers. That was the tobacco industry that was saying that. Like, he's so full of shit.
many of the scientific academies now and independent scientific bodies like the American Medical Association, the American Academy of Pediatrics, receive huge amounts, in some cases hundreds of millions of dollars a year from pharmaceutical companies. And so, unfortunately, there's a lot of conflicts that might impair their judgment about certain interventions that are a high profit.
Do you think that helps explain why they sort of support you on the nutrition side of things, but not on the drug side of things, not on the vaccine side of things?
I think that's one of the reasons. I think that's probably one of the reasons.
Okay, but you acknowledge that there is that dichotomy, right?
Oh, I acknowledge that. I mean, for 25 years, I've been a major critic of those institutions, and I think we should have scientific institutions that are not bedeviled by conflicts of interest that might lead them or incline them or encourage them to give advice that may not be public health oriented, but may advance the mercantile interests of the companies that are supporting their institutions.
I mean, the same could be said of nutrition, though, right? I mean, the same could be said of the big food companies, and I mean, they're pretty powerful.
It is true. I mean, the American Heart Association is notorious for taking hundreds of millions of dollars from the biggest processed food makers and then driving us away from natural proteins toward processed foods. Mm-hmm. And so that is an issue there. And I'm happy that recently, in the last few days, the American Heart Association has done a 180 on this issue and is now supporting the new the food pyramid, the dietary guidelines.
Yeah. So let's move on. I mentioned that I want to do a sort of a quick fire, a list of questions. So this comes out of our research into the Crunchy Mom movement. As I said, it's a community that wholeheartedly endorses you. So what I want to do is list, quick fire style, several treatments, supplements, and health concerns that have come out of our research. And I'd like you to give me a sort of a very quick gut reaction to them and tell me whether you think that they're dangerous, positive, all the rest of it. And actually, I think if we start with the concerns, how concerned should the American public be about these following things? And even if you could give them a grading out of 10, that would be really useful, I think. So first of all, seed oils.
Seed oils, I mean, I have personal concerns, but the critique of seed oils has not been scientifically validated. So I would personally limit, I don't eat seed oils, and I would advise my children not to eat seed oils, but as HHS administrator or HHS secretary, I cannot make that recommendation to the
Seed oils are fine. They're good for you. It's randomized trials showing they reduce risk of heart disease.
American public, because the science isn't there quite yet.
So out of 10, how concerned?
Well, my personal concerns would be different than my official concerns.
Okay. Could I have your personal concerns?
My personal concerns would be, I'm not going to eat seed oil, so you can assign any numbers that you want.
Let's say 10 out of 10. Okay. How about non-stick pans?
I don't use them anymore.
Okay.
I use an iron skillet, and I actually have come to enjoy using it. And I think the food tastes
They last forever too, right? So there's that.
They last forever, and you never have to clean them.
Sure. A good weapon too, if you ever need one. So,
Exactly.
how about food dyes?
Food dyes are not going to be good for you, so we're getting rid of all of them. There's 9 petroleum-based synthetic food dyes. We're getting rid of all of them. So that's a 10. Let's get rid of them. There's no nutrition in them.
How concerned should Americans be about COVID today?
I think COVID has declined as a major health concern in our country now. What would you assign to flu? I would say it's around the same as that.
Okay. I don't know what I would assign.
Well, I mean, some years flu would be a high priority.
Okay, so depending on the year, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. What about preservatives in vaccines?
I would say mercury preservatives, my level of concern would be 10. Aluminum preservatives, I would say, would be 9.
Okay, so pretty concerned. 5G towers. That's something we hear a lot about.
5G.
I can't pay attention to this. My brain is just turning to mush. Nope. Not right now.
Today, we have a little update in the lawsuit where Rare Breed Triggers is suing Timothy Hoffman and Hoffman Tactical with respect to forced reset triggers and the super safety. This update looks really bad for Rare Breed Triggers. This looks like the kind of thing that ends businesses, because it looks like they've decided to be the condom that the ATF uses to fuck gun owners.
Yep. Thanks, ATF. Even though it makes no sense, doesn't contradict the law, like, fuck you. Anonymous $22, I'm only 155 pounds, but I'll still fight you, nigga. That's right. My crazy ass would fight you. I love getting my teeth. Orbital blown, crushed. Fuck that, nigga. Make me bleed brutally. I've always wondered how he finds the exact same, like, shirts after his muscles, like, bulge and rips his shirt to shreds. You know, what's funny is, if you read the manga, to Fist of the North Star, it's played totally straight, like there's nothing campy about it, and it reads very seriously and cool. And then when they made the anime, it's like some of the silliest shit you've ever seen. But I'd highly recommend reading the manga because it has a totally different vibe. It's not campy at all. It's like very fucking brutal and serious. It's neat. It's kind of weird how when things are transferred from, like, you know, manga to anime, it just has a totally different, like, feel and vibe and pace to it. I always thought Ray, his, what was it, like the South Star Waterflow Fist, where he, like, uses his fingers to, like, slice people? That was so fucking cool. I wish I could do that in real life, where you could just, like, literally cut people into pieces. Yeah, this shit was so cool. Especially in the manga. This is some of the most ridiculous shit ever. It was a really cool idea. The guy who made the manga, he used to work as an acupuncturist, and he was actually going to make a shonen manga that just involved like high school kids, and then the editor told him like it's way too like common for manga like that to be made. It's not going to stand out, and he suggested maybe making some kind of martial arts manga that involves, you know, your acupuncture stuff. And then that's where he came up with the idea of Hakato no Shinken, where they use pressure point techniques to like make your body break itself. And like if you read the manga, it's really fucking cool. He can like touch certain points in your body and then like you just explode and shit. It's really cool.
お前俺の胸の傷を見ても誰だかわからねえかそんなことを君に言われたってよそれに銃なんか取り出したって弾がなきゃ撃てねえだそうかおめえ死にてえか俺はなんだ
Yeah, Jaggy was a really good villain too. He was like a complete jackass.
もう一度チャンスをやる俺の名を言ってみろおい
I love how it's especially bad in the anime. The proportions of everything are just so fucking retarded. Where's the... Wait, where did they show him his hand and the guys? Like, look at how huge his fucking hand is. Like, it's bigger than the guy's body. It's so weird how they drew it like this. Yeah, Fist of the North Star is great. I recommend watching both the anime and the manga for completely different reasons. The anime is just some of the best, most hilarious shit you've ever seen in your fucking life. Like, unintentionally hilarious, campy shit. And then the manga is just some of the, like, coolest, darkest, like, really hyper-violent martial arts stuff you've ever seen.
And quite frankly, this is awful. So a bit of background, the force reset...
Yeah, I saw Larry Wheels got cucked by Rampage Jackson.
That trigger is a device that goes into your AR-15 that allows it to fire faster. Now, they are suing Hoffman Tactical over the super safety, which is similar in function, but whether or not it actually infringes the patent is, of course, a question for the court to determine. But a lot of people have wondered, why would Rare Breed Triggers decide to sue Hoffman Tactical? Because Hoffman...
He's selling a better product that's cheaper.
...is very well liked in the firearm community. Now, this goes back to a lawsuit that Rare Breed had with the government. Rare Breed fought the government over whether the forced reset trigger was a machine gun. And ultimately, they came to a settlement. At the time, that settlement was accused of being a bit of a problem, because Rare Breed had been quite happy to tell the public, look, we're fighting for gun rights, we're fighting for everybody. And then they settled, and the terms of the settlement included an interesting clause, which is that it included a clause that required Rare Breed to enforce their patents against everyone else. So, one of the things...
Oh, that is so stupid. How is that even fucking legal? So basically, the government knew they couldn't fucking win, and Rare Breed Triggers was worried they might lose the lawsuit, so they ended up settling. And the idea the ATF basically has is, let's just try to prevent as many companies from creating forced reset triggers as possible. That's fucking... What is the point? You can you can 3D print these parts. Like, it's fucking dumb.
Things I was wondering with when the lawsuit was filed was, well, is the ATF...
Larry Will's wife is not attractive.
...really driving the car here? Is that what's going on? And Yeah, it does not look good. Now, I don't know for certain. These are my thoughts. These are my opinions. But let's have a look at what just happened. So, there was a filing in this case of a statement of interest of the United States of America. So it says the undersigned attorneys for the United States, the government, appear on behalf of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, the ATF, pursuant to law, to inform the court of the government's position regarding certain aspects of the preliminary injunction sought by plaintiffs ABCIP, that's rare breed, and rare breed triggers, in its patent infringement action against defendants Timothy Hoffman and Hoffman Tactical. The government, through the ATF, has a strong interest in promoting the safe use of firearms by the public, and in this particular case, in discouraging unregulated manufacture of forced reset triggers that allegedly infringe Rare Breed's patent. The government submits the statement of interest to provide the court with the ATF's views on public interest considerations for the four-factor test for a preliminary injunction. We do not take a position on any of the other factors for granting a preliminary injunction, or on the ultimate question of whether the court should exercise its discretion to issue a preliminary injunction. So, background. They note that there is a patent and that it's directed to trigger mechanisms and devices that greatly accelerate the rate of fire of semi-automatic firearms, allowing such firearms to approach rates of fire of automatic firearms. For example, the 247 patent is directed to a device for accelerating the firing sequence of a standard semi-automatic firearm. The claimed invention relates to a trigger mechanism that can convert a trigger from a standard semi-automatic firing mode, whereby the user must release and repull the trigger for each shot, to a forced reset semi-automatic mode that enables repeated and accelerated firing by having the firearm's action push the trigger forward.
I love how they admit it's semi-auto, so it's not a machine gun. What the fuck does, like, the settlement makes no sense.
Specifically, in the forced reset mode, rear movement of the bolt carrier pivots a cam lobe that forces the trigger to the set position, while the safety selector in this position does not impede this process. This mechanism permits firing without manually releasing the trigger before repulling
Slow
it.
cut is the way. You maybe stop fainting doing a rep on OHP. LLLLLLLU. Arrah. You. Arrah. 777, 7777, 777, 777, 777, 7777, 777, 777, 777, 7777, 777, 777, 7777, 777, 777, you. Arrah. 777, 7777, 777, 777, you. Arrah. 77,777,777 you. Arrah.
So having fired firearms that have this installed, basically the trigger kicks back each time it's pulled, and so if you're applying a consistent pressure, it's kicking your finger forward each time, but the consistent pressure back causes it to fire and fire and fire. So that is, that's kind of the invention at the heart of this. All right, so skipping ahead a little bit more in terms of the description, but they note litigation involving classification of trigger mechanisms. The ATF regulates lawful commerce in firearms and administers and enforces federal firearm laws, including, all the things. Both the NFA and the GCA regulate machine guns. Machine gun is defined as any weapon which shoots, is designed to shoot, or can be readily restored to shoot automatically more than one shot without manual reloading by a single function of the trigger. The term shall also include the frame or receiver of any such weapon. Well, the reason why is because it kicks the trigger back, and
I sent $10 so you can fully watch the video, bitch, cause this anime's the shit.
You didn't give me a link, so if you give me a link, I can maybe watch it. Thanks for the donation, though, Shins.
And so each shot that is fired with this is fired with another pull of the trigger. It's just that this process can happen much faster. All right. So there has been substantial litigation over whether particular accessories that enable semi-automatic rifles to achieve a high rate of fire convert those firearms into Machine guns for fitting, but like bootlaces and belt loops and so forth were potentially problems. So post-Cargill, lower courts have split over whether two related accessories, forced reset triggers and wide-open triggers, convert rifles into machine guns. And so they note on May 9th, 2025, the United States Department of Justice and ATF executed a settlement agreement with Rare Breed that resolved 3 civil lawsuits. In a press release, DOJ stated that the agreement avoids the need for continued litigation and includes conditions that significantly advance public safety with respect to forced reset triggers, including that Rare Breed will not develop or design FRTs for use in any pistol, and will enforce its patents to prevent infringement that could threaten public safety.
What sense does this make? They admit it's semi-automatic. So, like, why would it be a problem to put it in a fucking pistol? Like, it's so stupid.
Safety.
It's just gay bullshit. It's just dumb fucking politicians doing what dumb politicians do. Shins $92, let me see. Dude, I can't watch this. I've already seen this anime. I can't watch the whole thing. It's gonna get the stream taken down. Thanks for the donation, Shins.
So basically...
Forgot my namification, but I tell you, yeah, Rare Breed are fags. They're worse than bootlickers. They're actively working for the government. Prevent people from having a giggle switch. I should get mine soon before shit gets worse, yeah. Well, the good news is, though, you can easily manufacture your own with mostly or all 3D printed parts. So, you know, but, you know, it's just stupid. Basically, all of these gun regulations have become completely irrelevant. 3D printing and, you know, the invention of these forced reset triggers and just manufacturing of your own firearms parts. What's the point? Criminals can do whatever the fuck they want. So why would you hamstring civilians from being able to use these weapons? Just stupid. It's just gay, retard government shit where they're afraid of loud noises and, ooh, scary, bang, bang, bang. I don't like that. Hate politicians. Thanks for the donation. Forgot my namification. Hopefully Trump just legalizes machine guns.
In this settlement agreement, Rare Breed agreed to do the ATF's bidding. And Rare Breed's sort of defense to this was, well, we were going to enforce our patents anyway. Well, if you're going to enforce your patents anyway, why would you put that into a legally binding agreement? Because there's a difference between we were going to do this anyway and we are now compelled to do this. So, they note during the past 7 months, plaintiffs filed more than 15 patent suits against alleged infringers of their patents, being forced by the terms of the settlement agreement. Okay. So, they note in this balancing, courts must be particularly cautious when contemplating relief that implicates public interests. And so they say, thus, the court may often go much further both to give and for sort of gun owners writ large than it might be that the ATF would have lost, and that ultimately these devices would not be considered a machine gun and would therefore be legal in the United States. I should note, as a Canadian lawyer, I will also note that it is virtually certain that these would be considered a machine gun, or at least prohibited firearms within Canada, or at least if installed into a firearm or possessed with a firearm that is compatible. Okay, so as part of that settlement, to prevent the use of forced reset triggers in crime, Rare Breed agreed not to design forced reset.
You know, what's so stupid is you could, in theory, create a drop-in device within a trigger guard that just has an electronic switch, where you can just have a machine whack the trigger really quickly for you. So it's like, what is the point of any of this? It's so stupid.
That triggers for handguns, as defined by the settlement agreement. Rare Breed also agreed to take all reasonable efforts to enforce its patents and seek injunctions against any person or entity that manufactures, sells, or distributes any forced reset trigger. The settlement agreement, however, does not bind other potential manufacturers who have not agreed to the same limitations on the sale and distribution of forced reset triggers. Thus, plaintiffs' patent enforcement actions would support ATF's public safety efforts if successful in enjoining distribution, experimentation, and sale of the design by the public. So they say, we think that public interest should be weighed heavily in plaintiff's favor. Okay, so at the time, Rare Breed was very much on the side of, look, we are defending gun owners. We're in, on the side of gun owners. And they said that sort of at the beginning of the lawsuits when they were fighting the ATF, but they also said that when they were settling, they were like, hey, this is good for, good for gun owners in general. This is good for gun rights. And the ATF seems to have a bit of a different opinion. The ATF seems to be coming out here and saying, well, they're kind of doing this for us. And if you've ever been to a SHOT Show, you can see the ATF booth. And if you hang out there, you will see that most gun owners do not much care for the ATF. It's kind of a common thing to get a selfie flipping the ATF off or, making a face at them or various other forms of mockery, because that's really how people feel about the ATF. So for the
fuck the ATF, dude. Useless fucking cunts. At least it's not nearly as bad as it is in Canada right now. Dude, Canada is just becoming a fucking retarded gay shithole. The only thing that isn't completely cucked about Canada is steroids are legal here. That's the only thing. Otherwise, yeah, Canada's just gay as shit. And it gets cold. So, what the hell? I don't think Sam Sulik would ever collab with me. He's probably just a bitch who doesn't want the smoke. Just like everybody else.
Where to now?
I don't know.
What do you mean?
This is the right building, but I've never been to this part of it. The bridge drops us off at the back of the building. This is new to me.
Okay, well, let's see if we can find our own way down.
I didn't. Oops, I'm wet now.
My ears are...
If that's the worst of it, we got off lucky.
Maybe it wasn't luck.
Maybe it was.
Some wolves believe in God. I've heard them pray.
If I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die for me.
Then what are you doing here? Why did you come back for us?
Guilt.
Of what? You don't owe us.
I just needed to lighten the load a bit.
Wait. Oh, can go through both ways. Yes. Why? Oh.
It actually worked. Here's our way down.
If we get to the street, we'll be right behind.
Just a body.
One of yours?
No. Check out the clothes. Here. Looks dark down there.
Oh, I see how this works.
Lev, are there infected in this building?
We always take elevators down to the bottom, so I don't know.
Why wouldn't she take what looks to be a functioning, like, 44 Magnum revolver, but keep this, like, shitty target pistol?
Spores. Masks on.
I don't have one.
Do you guys not believe in gas masks?
We were on the run.
Let me see what I can find. Stay here. Back up. All the way.
If you die, I'll be stuck here.
Better start praying I make it. Okay, gas mask. Gas mask.
I gotta go take a piss. I'll be right back.
Ugh.
Oh. Hey, Gum Gum. Gum Gum. Gum Gum. Hey, Gum Gum. Oh my goodness. Gum Gum is so big. Oh wait, what am I doing?
Holy shit, this building's fucked. Shit. Just stay up there, okay?
Ah, fuck.
Finally. If you're gonna kill yourself, don't ruin the mask. Dick. I'm out of my mind. Yes. Looks good. All right, back to Lev.
I swear something moved. Maybe that was just popping. Oh, what the fuck? Didn't want to waste any more shotgun ammo.
I hope that's it. Got your present. Here.
We're taking too long.
Can't move any faster. It won't do your sister any good if we're both dead. There. We got this.
Did you see a way down?
No.
How'd that get there? What? Weird.
Abby, what about that?
Is that a fire hose? Lev, come get this down.
Coming.
I'm gonna head down.
Be careful.
Come on. You got this. Follow me. Make the current be calm.
You, ara, you why ad we asked woo, ara, wow odds watched moo, ara, woo ouch way woo, door who idra, why oh you, dwar, dwelj couch coast you, ara, jodj war, ara, you, ara, why odj wow jod you, ara, woo chiad you, wage war hid you, ara, you, ara, you, ara, you, ara, you, ara, 999 sextillion 999 quintillion 999 quadrillion 999 trillion 999 billion 999 million 999,999 you, ara, you, ara, you, ara, woo.
All right, thank you for that. Appreciate the donation, dude. What? Okay, I don't know how that happened.
Liv, I am so glad we took this shortcut.
Even though we're stuck with all these demons?
That's the joke, Liv.
Oh.
Can I not open this? Why is... That's... okay, that's weird. Yay, flamethrower.
You? No. Good. Let's keep going. You okay back there?
Yeah.
Matthew, donate $2. Let me see.
Larry, what would
Don't ever
you
be
do
over her.
if John Jones slapped your wife's ass?
I'm pulling out the Glock if he does that. Because I can't fight him. But I can shoot him.
Careful, rampage may be downtown. Oh, this is cute. It's like
We're good. I'm carrying.
Larry, what would
Why is his wife even saying this shit on stream? Like, she is just getting a kick out of frustrating him. I'd tell that bitch to shut up.
I hate this.
Fucking stupid. Dude, that guy is so cucked. Thanks for the donation, Matthew.
Liv, I hate this building. Keep going down. We're almost at the street.
Wait, were we already here? Can't remember. Where are we going? Yeah, oh, I see. Okay, that was weird. Don't know why the game did that. This is The Last of Us Part 2.
Is it true that Isaac took down the old guard? Fedra, yeah. I hear he tortures people. Let's not talk about this now. Okay. Have you ever tortured people? Let's focus on getting out of here.
Jesus. Fucking bitch. What a son of a bitch.
We did it.
Absolute
we killed
dickhead.
that big demon. Yeah, we did. Come on.
Shit. Thought that one wasn't one of the wall things. Tricked me. Booty Company Tellers, have you come across this guy before? No. Gets cops called on him at the beach. Yeah, thanks for the donation, Bootycom. Who fucking cares? These people are just broke, fucking dumbass losers. Fuck. Wow. Jeez. Fucking bitch.
Were you bitten back there? No. Were you? No. Your nose sounds like a maybe.
I'm clean. Promise. It was just a lot.
Well, you did good. Let's go.
Fuck this building.
Agreed. You can take your mask off.
Thank you.
You see that elevator right there?
Let's get out of here.
Let's not tell the others about what happened. I don't want Yara to worry.
You're a good brother. Can I ask you a question?
Okay?
Do you regret shaving your head?
You're not supposed to have regrets.
Laugh.
I wish I just ran away. Then Yara wouldn't be caught in all of this. She'd be back home, taking care of her mom.
Does your mom need taking care of?
She's our mom. It's our duty.
If the Battletoad Lord ever comes to visit Earth, You will be his chosen human. Hopefully. Hopefully he can get rid of all the mosquitoes.
This is as far as you go. Wait, why? Because they want to kill you. With me, they're just worried about a backgammon rematch. What's backgammon? I'm gonna go in the front door, grab the stuff, come right back. You're staying here, yeah? Yeah.
Someone in the water! Trespasser!
I'm a wolf! Don't shoot! It's me! It's Abby!
Abby? It's Abby, shit! She alone? Open the gate!
Hey guys.
Jesus, you swim here?
The boat got fucked. I need to grab some medical supplies. I'm doing a thing for Isaac.
We're moving all these assets to Isaac. What does he need?
I can't talk about it. It's something away from the fob.
Well, everything's getting moved out and packed up. Take a look, see if anyone's got what you need.
Hey, is Nora around? Yesterday she said she was shipping out here.
Just left the last transport, but she'll be back.
Okay, thanks.
How are they still getting new recruits?
Maybe they're brainwashing all the trespassers that enter the city.
This is before Ellie fucked everything up. So chances are after this we're going to switch to Ellie. Vegan Irishman Donny Tellers tried to send you this link before, the girl that tried to run a cafe in the West Bank and shut down. Hopefully it's not fully suppressed.
I spent most of my life in America and I decided to try living in Palestine, and I opened my dream cafe, Art Cafe Ramallah. I really wanted to open something new in Palestine.
Yeah, this all looks fake. Why is everything in the background blurred?
And provide a safe space for people to express themselves through art and just have a good time. Unfortunately, I had to close my cafe because I got scammed and I lost all of my life savings and every single penny that I made from the shop during the 6 months of operation. I signed 2 contracts that were stamped by lawyers, and it turns out that both of those contracts are not legal, and I got scammed big time. During the 6 months that the cafe was open, the police came twice. They wanted to take possession of all the stuff in the shop because the guy that I'm renting from hasn't been paying the rent. I tried relocating in the same building on the 2nd floor. I thought it would be the best option for me financially. And right when I started preparing and moved all the stuff here, I got arrested for the first time in my life for some.
Okay, great. Well, thanks for wasting my time. That's wonderful.
Hey. Abby. They got you out here too? Yeah, what a haul. I need some medical supplies. Can you get me where I'm supposed to
Abby, just checked in with Isaac. He wants you back at the farm.
Let me talk to Isaac.
Talk to him in person. You're going back with the next shipment. Sorry.
What are you doing?
She's been AWOL since yesterday.
Dina! Oh my god. Jesse.
Hey, Dina.
Oh, hey. You okay?
Nothing a little sleep won't take care of.
We should get inside. Yeah, okay, come on. Easy. How'd you get past Maria?
I had to sneak out. My friend's problems are my problems. I heard you're sick.
Oh, it's just a stomach thing. Come on. Let's sit you down, huh?
You don't need to do that.
Oh, shut up. So when'd you leave Jackson?
Day after you, there was bad snow and I crossed into Oregon. I've been doing 18-hour stretches for the past 2 weeks trying to catch you.
Now you're just bragging. Hey! Hey! Let me the fuck out! God damn.
You're gonna dislocate your shoulder. Well, I never thought I'd see you on Isaac's bad side. You find no one at the aquarium? I talked to Manny.
I need some medical supplies.
Why? What happened to him?
Compartment syndrome. Bashed forearm.
You're not treating him, are you?
Mel. We don't have a lot of time.
Jesus. Most of these supplies have been packed and shipped already.
What?
We haven't cleared out the lower floors yet.
Would they have what I need?
Yeah, probably, but it's rough down there.
I'll be fine.
You get caught. I had nothing to do with this.
Of course.
All right, come on. Compartment syndrome. Fuck.
Yeah.
Boy's lucky he's dating a doctor. Mel doing okay?
Fine.
She was so fucked up after Isaac talked to her.
Isaac talked to her?
After he found out you left base, Isaac interrogated all of us. He was rough on her.
Did anyone talk?
No.
Nora,
Where are you two going?
to grab Abby. The boat's ready to head out.
Well, I still got boxes on the 3rd floor. Can you two bring them first?
Boat's pretty full.
Come on, I don't want to be here all day.
Fine.
Thanks. They're gone. And you're okay?
Always.
Well, Manny's been worried sick about you.
You know I'm here?
Everybody will soon. So what's Owen's plan once Mel gets that armor? Hold on. All clear. Right. So, what's Owen's plan once Mel gets that arm off?
He's been talking about Santa Barbara.
He knows that's all bullshit, right? God, I feel so bad for Mel.
Yeah. Me too.
All right. These floors have the ICU, the trauma center, and a few surgical suites.
Sounds perfect.
There's a reason we haven't touched this area yet. It was ground zero for the whole city, where they brought the first infected before anyone knew better. It's gonna be overgrown to shit.
Awesome.
May your survival be long.
May my death be swift.
See you back at base. Soon, I hope.
Yeah. Surgery, trauma, ICU. Let's do this. Shit. I had no idea what they were up against. This doesn't look so bad. Okay, trauma or surgery then. ER. Trauma center's gonna be in there.
How many playthroughs have you done of this game? Quite a few. Probably close to 10. Not more. Ugh.
Okay, this is a lot. Come on, give me something. Nada. Please, let there be an ambulance in the garage. Surgery. Great. I hear you. There's electricity. Gotta be a generator around here somewhere. Could use Levin here. Or Manny. Yeah, Manny. Manny would be great.
Oh, hey, Gum Gum.
Here goes. Yes. That should make things easier.
Harry Nipples, when you tell us no, you hated Grand Theft Auto 5, but will you play 6 if it comes out on PC? Sure. Looks alright, doesn't look like anything. There's no gameplay, nothing whatsoever, so... I just hate how quiet are when it comes to their games. Thank you, man, Rockstar. I was 28 when Trailer 1 came out. I will be 31 when it releases with Fuck Dude. Also, will you watch Scream 7? I don't know. The Scream movies are just shit right now, so probably not. I have absolutely no expectations whatsoever for GTA 6. 5 was just bullshit, so... They're probably just gonna make more dumb brain-dead slop for, like, stupid fucking normies who don't really play video games, and it's just gonna be too easy. Just like GTA 5 was. And GTA 5 was just insanely boring. The amount of outrageously shitty, boring missions in that game is just astounding. You just, like, follow somebody, or go to one place, drive for a billion years, and then take a photo, then drive somewhere else, mission over, like, holy shit. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking when making that game. It was just so fucking boring. And they made you plan for the stupid heist, so again, drive here, take this car, dump it somewhere, drive somewhere else, like, oh my god. And then the missions where you do shoot and kill people, like, they're just easy. Any fucking retard can do it. Like, it's just brainless. They also had horrendous mod support, so, like, really not expecting much with GTA 6. Thanks for the donation, though, Hairy Nipples.
Did this. Oh, don't panic. Get the shit and get out of here.
GTA 4 was fun because it had better shooting mechanics and it was more difficult, but like they had a lot of shitty boring missions too. I don't know why they've been making just crappy boring missions.
Get ready to celebrate.
Like I just don't understand how after so many Grand Theft Auto games they haven't figured out that the trailing missions are boring. It's retarded. Yay, I died because I can't see anything. Okay. I think it changed the ammo that I'm using for the shotgun. Fuck right off. my god. Just... Scream 7 isn't being made from the directors who made 5-6. Guy who did 1-3. Okay, cool. Well, I guess that's a good sign, maybe. Who knows? Oh my gosh.
Dying here.
Fucking see me.
Good riddance. There's gotta be a way out of here.
I don't know if the flamethrower would be the ideal choice.
Holy shit.
There he is. I swear there was like more in this room. Nah, I didn't see Alien Romulus. I also didn't see that other second Alien film. I didn't see a bunch of them. Haven't seen Predator Badlands yet. Oh, hey Gum Gum. Oh, how's my handsome baby? Hey, sweetie. Wanna cuddle? Oh, that's a good kitty. Yeah, cuddle. Oh, yeah, you love to cuddle. I love you. I hope you love me too. Yeah, I love my little baby. That's a good baby, Gum Gum. You're so handsome. Yeah, that's a good sweetie. It's a really good sweetie, yeah. You're a cat. I love kitties so much. Kitties are the best.
Maybe I can get over there.
Where were we? Where are we going? Oh, okay.
Great.
You're so beautiful. You're so beautiful. Oh my goodness. Nope. Never playing Arc Raiders. The fuck? What in the shit? What a fucking bitch.
Fuck this place.
Yeah, Arc Raiders is a game for retards.
No one's ever gonna believe that shit.
What the hell?
Hope Yara's doing okay.
They're all looking for you. What did you do?
Nothing. I told you to stay put.
I couldn't. Your friends are all over the place. Did you get the stuff?
Yeah. Now we just need to get the hell out of here. Hey. Follow me.
Jesse's passed out.
Do you think this guy is a lying social media grifter, or do you think it's a true story?
Entire life, and I was having sex all day for months, was when I was in a wheelchair and told that I would never walk again. Now, here's why.
I don't care. Like, I'm gonna listen to that.
Hey, let me do that.
Thanks for the donation, W.
He's a good guy. Why didn't you tell him?
Wasn't the right time.
Oh, now it's gonna get infected.
What about this? Anything worthwhile?
Actually, yeah. Abby? No. This girl, Nora, her unit was assigned to this hospital. They were collecting supplies or something.
This hospital?
Yeah. What, you're gonna go now?
Yeah, we have a lead.
Like, at least just wait for Jessie to rest up.
She could be gone by then.
Helly.
We know her location. Maybe Tommy does too. What?
Nothing.
Good. Can you come help me with the door, please?
Any tips on HGH? Do you need a different type of syringe? Use insulin needles.
Right. If I follow
Counter side effect meds.
follow Route 5.
I had to go on thyroid medication after taking growth hormone. It can deplete your T4 thyroid hormone because it increases the conversion of T4 to T3. So your T4 may end up being low if you're on growth hormone. And you can get some pretty annoying side effects from that. I had really fucking severe edema, and I ended up getting carpal tunnel from it. So, you may want to have... I would just keep an eye on your T4, T3, and TSH while you're on growth hormone. Because, holy fuck, having low T4 is fucking horrible. I had horrendous muscle aches. It got so bad that, like, I was benching 315 for, like, sets of 8, and then one day I had such bad muscle aches that I couldn't even do 185. I had horrible edema. Like, it was really annoying. My ankles were swelling up like fucking crazy. Whole body was swelling up. And, it got me bilateral carpal tunnel, and it wasn't just... What is going on? The game isn't rendering right. I'm kind of worried my graphics card might... That's not normal. Could have been an update to the game, but that's weird. What the fuck? Yeah, that is really weird. Yeah, I had such... it wasn't just carpal tunnel, it was neuropathy up my entire arm. And it was especially bad at night, so when I'd try to lie down and sleep, I couldn't because I'd end up getting neuropathy up my entire arm. And it'd be excruciatingly painful, so I'd have to wake up, and every, like, 5 or 10 minutes, it would pop up again, so I just had to try to sleep, like, sitting up. And even then it wouldn't help, I'd have to, like, stand up and shake my arms and stuff. So, yeah, just make sure you keep an eye on your thyroid hormone while you're on growth hormone. You might have to take Synthroid. Yeah, I'm gonna do growth hormone again. I still get numbness in the tips of my fingers here and there, so, like, I'm just waiting for that to... I'm gonna see if that goes away completely.
Okay.
When I do the test to see if you have carpal tunnel, you're supposed to, like, bend your hands in and then see if you have any tingling. I don't have it when I just keep my hands like this, but if I try to move my fingers while they're in this position, I do get some of that tingling. So I don't think it's completely gone. So I'm just going to see if it just goes away completely before I start it again. You can get a Synthroid black market. That's what I do. Think if I went to the doctor, they probably wouldn't have given it to me and just would have told me to go suffer and go fuck yourself, because they're just dumbasses and they don't know what the hell they're talking about. I remember I had a really bad, like even worse, really fucking horrendous edema from taking black market, black market Cialis. And they took my blood pressure. My blood pressure was actually normal. When they took it, it read high because they used the stupid... Wait, how do you... How do you do the... I can't remember. Oh, right. The controller thing makes no sense. They use the arm cuff for the blood pressure measurements at the hospital, and if you have very large muscular arms, it's inaccurate because the amount of pressure required to collapse the brachial artery is way more if you have a lot of muscle mass in that area. So my blood pressure read fairly high. It was like 140 over 80 or something. So that is hypertensive. And the dumb bitch doctor, I asked her to give me a prescription for telmisartan because, one, it would probably help with the edema a little bit, and two, it was reading that I had high blood pressure, so she should be able to prescribe me meds on that basis. And I told her, like, I'm on steroids, so I should probably just take telmisartan prophylactically, because it helps prevent left ventricular hypertrophy. This dumb bitch fucking said, oh no, I'm not comfortable with prescribing you that, because, like, your blood pressure is only mildly hypertensive, like, so at your age, it's not that big of a deal. If you had blood pressure, like, in the 180s, I'd prescribe it to you. So basically, she said she'd only prescribe me blood pressure meds if I'm literally in hypertensive crisis and I could literally die at any second. Like, knowing high blood pressure is... Knowing high blood pressure is a progressive problem. Like, if you have prolonged high blood pressure, it'll give you kidney disease. She's just like, yeah, just develop, like, disease slowly, and then we'll give you meds, like... So, doctors are just fucking stupid, dude. I hate doctors. I wish I didn't have to go to them for, like, anything, unless it's, like, surgery or some shit, and I could just get whatever medication I fucking want, because, like, I'm smarter than they are. Like, they're clearly dumbasses. Like, seriously? And of all medications, blood pressure meds are, like, the fucking safest thing you could possibly take. They're arguably the most well-tolerated medication. I have my own fucking at-home blood pressure monitor, so if my blood pressure ended up going too low, I could just stop taking it. And she's like, literally telling me, yeah, like, die. Like, unless you're dying, I won't prescribe you medication. Like, so it's like, what fucking good are doctors? Like, fuck them. That was just one of the dumbest things I've ever fucking experienced. And then they wonder why, like, people are buying black market meds. Like, gee, I fucking wonder. You're literally telling me you won't prescribe me medication that would be beneficial for me because I'm not literally dying right now. Fucking bitch. Oh, cat. Can't imagine being that dumb of a fucking cunt. Imagine living life that way. Just being a dumb bitch.
Oh shit.
Fuck, what a bitch. Oh, hey, Gummy. Try baby. You know you're beautiful. I love you. Yeah. Love my gum gum. Oh. My god, he's moving around. Love feeling a cat on me. Kitties are just special. They're so nice. Yay. Alright. Explosive arrows, improved trap mines, improved molotovs. Is there anything else I can upgrade? Ooh. Missed the ammo. How's my gum-gum? Are you just being a good gum-gum?
All right. That's pretty smart, Ellie.
Goodness. I don't know what the fuck a hinge overhead press is.
There's the hospital. Fuck. Thought I'd be closer. Oof, stinks in here. Oh. Shit. Great.
down to the street. Time to go.
Oh, wait.
There's gotta be a way out of here.
Night night, Michael.
Here we go. Shit. Get off of me!
That looked like it was an owie.
Fuck Seattle.
Okay, we will just save things there. But hope you all had fun. We will stream tomorrow. I'll probably do a workout stream and then stream later again. Gonna train back and biceps. So I will see you all tomorrow. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And nighty night.